We are good to go.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is Preeti Katpal, your host, and I'll be your MC for today's event. Before we start, let me take a moment to acknowledge our partners. Uh, Everybody sitting in your homes, let's give a big round of applause to our co-powered by partners in Mobi, Driving Real Connections, Magnite. We are Magnite, the world's largest independent sell-side advertising platform. Double Verify is the leading software platform for digital media measurement and analytics. Go Gold partner Flipkart Ads, associate partners Lemma, pioneers in true programmatic technology, and Veritos, Martech and AdTech Global Business Group. Well, ladies and gentlemen, before we begin, let's quickly take a look at our partners, AV.
Technology has always shaped how we communicate with one another. The wheel, the printing press, the Pony Express, the telegraph, the telephone, the computer, and mobile devices. Technology changes, yet one truth remains. We want our communications and interactions to be meaningful and have relevance. Today, however, driving real connections are easier said than done. But we help brands do that, to drive real connections. With our platform technology and exclusive mobile data, InMobi helps you understand, identify, engage, and acquire your customers. InMobi, driving real connections.
Well, wasn't that lovely? We once again thank our partners. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we go ahead with the opening address by welcoming our co-founder and director, Exchange for Media, Mr. Naval Ahuja.
Thank you so much, Preeti, and very Programmatic Advertising Summit. It is, very momentous for us to. Before I, talk about what we are going to do today, let me also thank the team at Xaxis for partnering with us for putting this entire show together, the report together. Thank you, PK, Atik, Dimpy, who's part of the initiative today, and the teams at Group M and Xaxis for supporting us and putting this event together. Thank you also for all our other partners, InMobi, Magnite, Double Verify, Flipkart Ads, Lemma, Vortex, for being part of this first initiative. As we all know, programmatic advertising is constantly evolving, and from online ads and video to digital out of home, streaming, voice, and TV, the sheer number of options can make it feel like an incomprehensible domain. There's something interesting I want to share with you. When we started Exchange for Media, the name was coined to do what programmatic advertising is doing today in the digital space. We started our life to do the same thing in television and print advertising, and that's how the name Exchange for Media was coined, to curate a marketplace for buying and selling inventory. Obviously, 20 years back, there was no digital. We tried to do this in the TV and print space. The idea was, if I can humbly call it, way ahead of its time, and it never flew. And we ended up becoming a community platform that we are today. But I'm glad to see, digital having become programmatic in so many ways. Inventory buying and selling on programmatic, is on digital is happening the programmatic way. There are various estimates of how much digital inventory is bought through programmatic, but it's safe to say it's roughly half of it globally. India numbers, you will see it in the report that Dimpy is going to talk about, the report done by Xaxis in partnership with Exchange for Media. And we also all know how programmatic works, not only on cost efficiencies, but also hones down the media plan to the targeted audience cohorts, geographical location, other interests. Programmatic buying also helps advertisers reach the right user at the right time and at the same price with the help of data insights, proprietary tools, algorithms. It gives better ROI. So programmatic has this multifaceted utility for digital companies, and increasingly, as more and more digital adoption happens, as more and more money is spent on digital platforms, the use and penetration of programmatic advertising will only grow. Conferences like today's and on the other industry meets that have been and we shall be putting together help brands appreciate how they reach the audiences and achieve the goals of the campaign through programmatic. Such efforts mean there will be more and more accurate, automated, AI, data-driven solutions as opposed to a manual solution. It's quite an achievement on the industry's part that direct buying of online advertising witnessed a nearly 15% decline from 75% in 2019 to 62% in 2020. And, obviously this reduction shifted to programmatic advertising, which is set to grow even further. You will find deeper insights on all of these trends when the New Age of Programmatic Advertising India report 2022, put together by us and Xaxis, who are global leaders in programmatic advertising, as you know, is released later in the day. The pandemic also has brought drastic changes to the world of programmatic. If 2020 was the year of marketers scrambling to react, 2021 has been the time to rebound. Programmatic advertisers responded to the new challenges and opportunities and are now looking ahead to 2022. And we at Exchange for Media, as well as Xaxis, are fully committed to the cause and purpose of programmatic. We also intend to enhance our coverage of programmatic in 2022 to keep the marketers and others in the brand marketing ecosystem updated about the latest on the subject so that they can embed the trending opportunities into their plans. Besides traditional programmatic channels like online display, video, and audio, we shall also be covering emerging channels like CTV, digital out home, which is also growing at a very fast pace. Make no mistake, programmatic is not just about digital advertising alone. It is also converting parts of legacy media into digital and buying that, transacting that inventory through programmatic. And goes without saying, we shall be tracking the continuing importance of online display campaigns. Audio again is going to be a very big part of programmatic advertising, and as many of you know already, in July this year we curated another initiative with Group M on voice marketing and audio. Brand safety has become a very big issue, and we've been writing about it as well, and that dovetails into the entire programmatic ecosystem. So today's conference also touches upon many of these topics, from a cookieless world to omni-channel marketing to in-app advertising. And my hope is that we go back after today's session with a lot of insights in what's happening in the programmatic ecosystem. With that, let me thank you all for joining us again, and thank you, Dimpy, for partnering with us for putting together the first India programmatic advertising report. Over to you. I can't wait to look at the insights in the report and get into the conversation for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Naval. Thank you so much. And as you rightly said, all these topics are very much of high relevance. And at Xaxis, we can't thank you enough for helping us unveil this report. at the right time at this Programmatic Summit. So, guys, when we talk about programmatic, especially post-pandemic, as we all understand that world has really shifted too much, especially when consumers are changing their behaviors, when the way of living for us is totally a new age. So, when we talk about state of programmatic in India, it has really evolved a lot, and that's what we're focusing today in our report too. So right after this session, when we launch our report for everybody to view, what you can really expect from this is to understand that how programmatic is disrupting its own ways of working and evolving furthermore. So we really call this as a new age media, where you will see that the current state of programmatic is not how it started, and it has really geared up, the expectations too much from consumers, advertisers, marketers, and the entire world for us. So when we look at digital transformation, we clearly know that one of the biggest pillar here had been data. So you can really expect a lot of insights and I'll say navigating ways in terms of understanding how data can really help you transform your digital strategies. Followed by with which because when we talk about data, clearly we get to know about privacy laws too, like GDPR, which happen in Europe markets. In India also we have our privacy laws, which is right now under review and it's gonna get open up very soon for all of us. So that clearly means that it's gonna have an effect on advertisers and publishers too. So it's clearly very important that how do we understand and to craft our strategies which are in line with the new privacy laws which are about to come up. So our report really helps you navigate your media strategies and build them in a very curated form around the new laws. Also, when we're talking about new laws, clearly the world has transformed. It's a new age media. So we cannot leave AI behind, the way Naval rightly said. So in terms of understanding how automation is evolving media landscape totally for us, where we have metaverse coming up, where we have furthermore efficiencies being in demand by advertisers. So how artificial intelligence is going to help, is already helping and plus going to further help our media getting evolved. So we have put a lot of case studies too around same, where you can read some success stories by market leaders, by clients, which had been already doing a lot of innovation with Xaxis. We have really put down all the case stories, all for all of you to kind of take references from it and understand that how we can further join hands together to take media ahead, especially in terms of programmatic. Because when we talk about programmatic, there's still a lot of myths that few people say programmatic is helping you to drive performance only for the bottom funnel. Then few have an understanding that programmatic helps you tap more audiences using data. But in reality, programmatic is a solution which is actually helping you at all the phases, all the funnels of advertising. So which is something that we're trying to address with our report, where the report is going to talk in depth about how hyper personalization can really help you define the future of your marketing, which in terms of talks about how you can connect with your audiences at every phase of your campaign strategy. So how to personally connect with audiences, especially in this time when consumers are demanding more than ever, which is a sense of personal touch, which is a sense of personal connect, how brands can create better engagement, better sense of brand recall amongst those audiences. So we have covered all of this. And as you all know that when we're talking about a better sense of connect, consumers have moved from in a way offline world to a very online driven world, where comes e-commerce world for us. So if e-commerce is the demand where our consumers sit, clearly for media, we have to come up with solutions. So we are gearing up towards media commerce too. And every marketer really wants to understand how media commerce is going to help drive and navigate their journey, how they can understand furthermore media strategies where media commerce really runs the show for them, or how can it become a part of their media strategy, that too within a digital section altogether. So we have covered a lot of insights on media commerce, how that can be adopted into your digital strategies, and how your consumers are also behaving in a very different manner, which helps your digital strategies to drive more ROI than ever before. And since I'm also talking about media commerce, which is an added channel, a bigger one with which we all have very high hopes. But for our clients and advertisers, a lot of channels and evolution is also creating a lot of complexity. So we are trying to also address same with the help of a very flexible omni-channel approach, like how advertisers can still gain momentum while adding more channels to their media strategy, in a very flexible manner and extend their, I'll say, strategies towards new channel, a very omni-channel integrated media approach. So these strategies and some key pillars is something that that we are discussing in the report, which will be very impactful for you. And while we talk about AI, omni-channel, rise of media commerce, clearly it is very essential that at the end it leads to an outcome. So you can only decide your outcome once you measure them properly. So it's very essential that how do you measure the impact of your media. So lastly, report will also talk about how any kind of media activity needs to be measured back in a very much evolved world today, which we call as new age programmatic world. So hence, I really look forward for a lot of participation and engagement today. And I hope you like our report, you go through it. Very soon, you'll be finding the link to the report everywhere. So you can right away go to the E4M website and download your report from there. We really hope you enjoy it. Thank you, Naval. Naval, you're on mute.
Thank you, Dimpy. Thank you again for partnering with us. Preeti, back to you, and look forward to the conversations through the day.
Well, thank you, Naval and Dimpy. With the rise of new technology in India, ladies and gentlemen, many marketers have embraced programmatic creative strategies that target viewers with the right offer at the right time. Programmatic ad tech is opening up a whole new dimension that was previously largely inaccessible for smaller companies, creating immense opportunities. With powerful tools at their disposal, a plethora of media channels, and comprehensive data sets, the challenge now is to stand out in a crowded field. How can programmatic be a powerful asset in building and executing creative marketing campaigns in a hyper personalized way and deliver better returns or audience monetization? Moving on now, we welcome Fiona Tate, Senior Director of Operational Excellence, Xaxis.
Hello. Hi, everyone, and good afternoon. It's very much morning here, so apologies that it looks like the middle of the night. There just aren't a lot of daylight hours available to us here in the UK at this time of year. Just to let you know, I'm not using slides today, so don't worry. It's not that you can't see them. It's just that they don't exist. I'm Fiona Tate, the Senior Director of Global Excellence Programs at Xaxis. I've been working in digital advertising for nearly 20 years, based in the engine room of display, pulling all the different levers and pushing the buttons that has helped me buy the right digital space for my clients at the right time. Since the mid-2000s, I've managed teams that have done that job, and as a result, have spent a lot of time trying to simplify things, finding the right combination of skills and technology to allow us to deliver our clients' digital advertising objectives and making the most of their marketing budgets. I know I'm here to talk about the future of digital advertising, but please indulge me for a short while as I take you with me on a trip down memory lane. About 10 years ago, I had just arrived in Singapore from London and was found myself working as an operations director at a local ad network. Our strength was in numbers. We represented more publishers in Southeast Asia than any other network, so an advertiser could use us as a single point of entry to reach more of their consumers with their digital display ads than anywhere else. I was managing a team that spanned 6 markets in Southeast Asia and a client base that was as diverse as it was demanding. The managing director had just left and our competition was champing at our heels for market share. The digital advertising industry was small over there, but we were evolving quickly and I had a very long to-do list. Luckily for me, I had a superstar performer based in Singapore that I quickly realized was really, really good at her job. We all know that feeling of relief when there's someone on the team that just nails everything that they do. So off I went to fix up some issues in some of the other markets, safe in the knowledge that my superstar had Singapore under control. When I got back from my tour of Southeast Asia, I found Lily the legend working some crazy hours. Now, I know that's a lot more normal in Singapore than it should be, but I was concerned since I knew her campaign load, and while she was in demand, I thought she should be comfortably managing it with only a little bit of overtime. I was concerned that my dependable super trader was going to burn out. When she took me through her campaign load, it quickly became apparent what had been going on. A number of our clients had started using a third party's technology to track the performance of our ad network and compare it to their other digital buys. Specifically, they were using it to track bookings made on their websites. Our leading ad network in Southeast Asia had its own ad servers that had been built by our CTO, and the tech did a lot of great things, but it did not track conversions on websites. So Lily had decided to give herself the best chance of success. She had simulated this third-party setup in our own technology and was then monitoring and optimizing the campaigns on a daily basis to best deliver to the goals of the campaigns for our clients. This was no small task on our homegrown platform. And by the time I'd found out what she was up to, she had set up 3 or 4 campaigns in this granular way, completely accounting for the long hours she was putting in. Once I'd recovered myself from the realization that our own company ad technology didn't actually track conversions, I contacted our CTO, and the beauty of startups, within a few weeks, adjustments had been made and we were able to track events automatically on websites with the best of them. Lily's workaround and her excessive workload were now a thing of the past. What Lily had realized, which is what I think we all instinctively know to be true, is that whatever else you do, unless you can measure what your client values, you can't optimize, and you are relying on blind luck to deliver to their goals. As described in the report that will be available to you later today, the digital advertising landscape in India is growing very fast, as is the complexity that we in the industry are facing. The media consumption is dominated by mobile devices, and we're consuming video, digital radio, gaming, podcasts, and an ever-increasing variety of content. Advertising in a coherent way across all of these channels so that your users can engage with your brand demands an increasingly broad skill set and a structured omni-channel approach. As we move into 2022 and beyond, our industry is facing a seismic shift. We've talked about it for a long time. The use of the cookie is coming to an end. And in the way in which we will be able to target certain demographics or users with a specific interest, we'll need to change to accommodate that. And the way in which we retarget users who have been interested in our brands before will also need to change. But the primary shift that is coming, that we need to be considering, is the way in which we are being measured. The service that we in the digital advertising industry provide has always been rich in data and analytics, statistics for every occasion. We've been able to get insights into the users on our websites, what their interests are, how long they've been considering our products, their search history, and how likely they are to convert. But with the deprecation of the cookie, a lot of that data will go away. No longer will we be using tracking pixels to work out what's happening on a user's browser. And across all facets of biddable media, we will need to make some serious adjustments to accommodate that. But what do we adjust to? The report on programmatic advertising in India released today discusses the shift in metrics that is anticipated moving into next year. What is the new point system that will determine whether programmatic display is adding enough value to a media plan, or that all the marketing budget possible should be added into that awesome integrated video campaign? How will we ever be in a position to compare the efficacy of Facebook marketing to search again? And what is it that we need to measure? Are we trying to drive people to websites? Or are we looking at how digital advertising spend interplays with the above-the-line channels and impacts consumer spending? There are a number of solutions to answer these questions. but used in isolation, they all seem to involve some form of compromise. Firstly, as a matter of course, it will now be imperative that any brand that wants to know how users are interacting with their website or any of their online assets have a mechanism to track and store that data. This is first-party data, and it will be invaluable in understanding how well marketing budget is working. As discussed in the report released today, building out a robust first-party strategy is key to success in the future. There are a lot of solutions available on the market that will help with data gathering and storage of first-party data, and the right combination is something that is likely to be specific to each set of business data and objectives. The data may be limited to emails garnered from competitions, a set of users that have interacted on a social media page, or it may be a full CRM data set showing the life cycle of a consumer from first brand exposure to purchase and after purchase care. Any first-party data that an organisation has can be leveraged to help solve this measurement conundrum. But of course, the richer the data set you have to work with, the better position you will be in to understand the consumer's behaviours, both on and offline. Then, to augment that first-party data, there are a few options. As a marketer, you could choose to advertise exclusively within a walled garden, some of which are vast, like Facebook or Google, and use their tracking of your customers to let you know what's successful. There is a tempting degree of continuity with the way in which activity can be measured using a walled garden. It's possible to continue to monitor people's activity and interests based on their behaviour within it. And you can track their behaviour on your website, thereby giving you a complete picture of that user profile and their actions. However, there are some limitations. You are tied to working within the walled garden, and your consumers aren't necessarily putting the same constraints on themselves. Are you happy to ignore that consumer base that exists outside those walls? Should you be? In addition, the beauty of digital advertising is in the constant reinvention and innovation of solutions to drive efficient and effective marketing. And your ability to get first movers advantage may be impacted by the choice or choices of walled gardens in which you are operating. Your omnichannel strategy will be limited to whichever channels are available to you within those walled gardens. And your reliance on the walled garden of choice is not a concern to be underestimated. Assuming you have some first-party data on your customers and you know how to access and manage it, you could choose to work with a data connectivity platform such as LiveRamp to help you amplify its impact. A data connectivity platform will enable you to match your customer data with their panel data, so enabling you to track your activity on the section of your user base that is matched. You can tie the transaction data that you measure through your own tech on your website to the online profiles that the data connectivity platform has for those users. You can then make reasonable assumptions about the general population based on those matched users. What is it that drove that conversion or interaction with your brand? Are there common interests that tie your users together? Scaling up activity in those areas can maximize the yield for your marketing budgets. Whilst this approach has a much greater degree of flexibility about it than walled gardens, running a display campaign can be tracked just as well on the open web as within a specific publisher of choice. The match rate is the determining factor on how well a data connectivity platform can work for you. Assuming your data set for your consumers is as complete as it can be, then how many partners the data connectivity platform has recruited in your market will determine how much data you have to work with, and the critical mass of the data connectivity platform is a long way off in a number of markets. Some industry bodies, such as the IAB, DSPs, such as the Trade Desk, and even some groups of publishers in certain markets are working on some true collaboration to drive single universal IDs to identify users across many different properties. The theory behind this solution works in a very similar way to that of the data connectivity platforms. By connecting your first-party data with the universal ID, then you can then analyze a user group and make inferences to generalize that to the whole population. And similar to the data connectivity platform, the efficacy of these solutions will depend on the match rates between that first-party data set and the universal IDs. Again, the match rates vary depending on the market, and consistency for campaigns that are regional or global can be a real challenge. Mixed marketing modelling has been around for years and is something that will have benefit to a number of marketers as the cookie disappears. Through careful statistical analysis, it is possible to get a very good estimate of the impact of the different forms of marketing on the measurable marketing objective, most commonly sales. Done properly, you should be able to isolate the effect of product pricing, as well as where ads are being shown, and the offer that is in place for the brand. All of that can be achieved without the use of a third-party cookie and across more than just your digital advertising, but truly determine the optimal omni-channel marketing mix. The scale of testing that would be needed to get statistical significance will determine to what degree of granularity you can measure the effect of changes in your plans. So to get very specific answers to what is working for you, your test budgets will need to be pretty high. It's also the case that as an industry, we have become accustomed to the instantaneous real-time reporting of granular data that mixed marketing modelling just isn't set up to provide. So there are many, many options available to marketers as we navigate these new frontiers, all with some real potential. Once we've found our measurement technique of choice, we can take advantage of the delayed deprecation of the cookie to benchmark our new metrics against the old ones. And then it'll be as if nothing's changed, except that it has. And shouldn't we be looking forwards, not backwards, to validate our decisions? Our old metrics weren't flawless. There have been a number of questions about how best to attribute user engagement across channels. By benchmarking against our old metrics, as measured by conversion pixels and matched to impressions, are we really doing ourselves a service? Is it not the case that attribution has so long been an area of contention? And shouldn't we avoid seeding our new measurements and benchmarks in the questionable attribution models of the past? So what, in that case, should we be doing? How do we address this dilemma? We need to go back to basics. Listen to the brands that are advertising, understand what their business objective is, truly partner with them to establish what success actually translates to for them, and then build out a solution that can measure that objective. It may utilize some of the techniques that I've mentioned earlier. It may utilize all of them. It may be that nothing exists yet to meet your or your client's specific requirements, and you and the client will need to invest in some time making them something truly customized to their needs. Ultimately, it's long overdue that we re-examine the way in which digital advertising is measured. Cookies or no cookies, a revamp is needed that makes the metrics more relevant to advertisers in our ecosphere. We need to accept that the technology we rely on in that new ecosphere will not be using third-party cookies. Let's take the opportunity to let go of the questionable attribution methods of the past and lean into the plethora of new technologies designed to help us. For us in this industry to be well positioned to seize the possibilities that this transition will open up, we should focus on getting our house in order. Making sure that advertiser first-party data is available, clean, and usable is the foundation. Building a strong partnership between advertiser and agency to understand the true objectives that, when met, will drive the advertiser's business forward is imperative. And we should not be intimidated by the new technologies that are available, but be inquisitive. Take them all as building blocks that can help create the solution that is best suited to measuring the successful delivery of the advertiser's objectives. Once we are in a position to measure what's important to advertisers, I believe we will be in an even stronger position as an industry, and the impressive growth that's being reported on today will become epic. Thank you very much for your time today. It's been a real honour to be able to speak with you all. Please feel free to reach out to me with any questions that you might have. I'm handing over to, I think, Priti. Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Fiona. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was a really beautiful, detailed information that she's given us. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, now we have a panel discussion. It's going to be very exciting, very interesting on the topic significance of omni-channel integration, establishing the measures on why brands should leverage omni-channel media marketing initiatives. What are the right channels and new products to engage with brands, and why is it important to target relevant platforms online holistically? This panel debates the challenges of current fragmented media environment and measures that brands can take under omni-channel media approaches. Our panelists for today: Harshit Jain, founder and global CEO, Doceri; Pankaj Singh Parihar, Vice President and Head, Digital Marketing and Transformation, Godrej Consumer Products Limited; Smita Murarka, CMO, Duraflex; Hiren Shah, founder, Vertos AdTech and Martech Business Group; Gulab Patil, founder and CEO, Lemma. This session will be chaired by Akashdeep Batra, Head of Marketing Growth and Customer Experience, DBS Bank. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go for it. Significance of omni-channel integration.
Thanks, Preeti. For whatever reason, I can't turn my video on. It says that the host has disabled it. Can somebody enable that, please? All right. Thanks, Preeti, for doing this. Welcome, everyone who's joining. We've got a power-packed panel today to have a discussion about a fairly interesting topic, right? And then specifically, after the conversation about what's the future for programmatic, this is probably one of them, right? So let me quickly set the context before I ask my panelists to start weighing in. See, consumer journeys, which traditionally used to be linear, have evolved significantly and have become much more complex because of the impact of digital and consumer behavior. And we've kind of seen that happening over the last 5 to 10 years. One statistic which always comes to mind whenever you discuss the evolving customer journeys is that when buying an item, consumers use an average of almost 6 touch points, with nearly 50% of them regularly using more than 4. What it really means is that customers today are surrounded by so many choices, so many sources of information, and therefore they are, much more demanding and have very high expectations when it comes to their attention and purchasing behavior. They want personalized content. They want to know exactly where and when they want it. And if your brand isn't there, then you're missing valuable opportunities, to connect, to acquire, to engage with new and existing customers. To meet these demands, really, I think, and get them to take a specific action, brands typically need to take an omni-channel marketing approach, right? And the question with that statement generally is, what is really omni-channel marketing, and how is it really different from multi-channel marketing, which we've had a lot of discussions and which we are very familiar with, right? And let me try to decode that, as we get into this discussion. See, omni-channel marketing strategy really, spreads the core messaging that you want to drive to the customer and also the brand objective that you have across multiple channels, where each channel's content is customized to the current needs of the specific target audience, right? In a nutshell, it's a seamless transition between one advertising channel to the next based on audience interaction. I think that's important. Let me take a quick example. A person searching via Google on their way to the work will be in a very different state of mind to when they're exposed to native advertising on a website or when they're browsing Instagram on their couch, right? Omnichannel marketing really caters to all of this by displaying customized content on each occasion rather than a generic message for everyone, right? And I think it's expected, and a lot of brands are already leveraging it. Brands who use omnichannel marketing are expected to drive greater year-on-year customer acquisition and retention, right? Because eventually this approach focuses on optimizing your customer's experience across all the journeys, and therefore, customer journey being the Uber point really here, right? And just one last point, despite its obvious effectiveness and what we just spoke about, omni-channel marketing approach takes a lot of time and resources, or at least it did seemingly till programmatic advertising came along, right? And kind of promised the fact that now you'll be able to automate the hard parts and then focus just on the optimizing of your campaigns and performance, right? So that's the background so that the context is clear. So in today's discussion, I have a phenomenal panel which will help us deep dive into the reality of this concept. How's it helping them? What are the challenges? How's it helping the businesses that they work with? And what are the benefits that they see? And how everyone who's participating in this, watching this, can take back certain actions which will be relevant in their context, right? Let me start with the folks representing brands and kind of request them to talk a little bit about relevance of omnichannel marketing through programmatic in their context. How's it defined? How do you plan to leverage it? Use cases, examples that come to their mind, and largely the challenges and opportunities that they're seeing. Let me start with Smita. Smita, if I can just bring you in and get your point of view on this topic.
Yeah, hi. Thanks, Akash, and thanks, Exchange for Media. I think this is a very, very important topic and relevance of it, because omni-channel today is the main way India becomes digital for consumerism. And for us as a brand. So Duroflex is a sleep solution brand in an industry. This brand has been around for more than 50 years. This industry has been largely offline, dealer driven, very deeply penetrated into pockets of India. And today, of course, like all other categories, has also gone online. For us, D2C is a very important business, which is both offline and online. So through our own controlled stores, offline, and of course online, the environments that we sell in through our website. Now, with this sort of an environment, and as you mentioned, the consumer journey of discovery has become extremely complicated, right? Because we are not only selling to this consumer in both the environments, but we're also marketing and trying to catch the attention. Most of the discovery, the stats across categories, most of the discovery today, 60% upwards, is happening online. So whatever kind of a brand you are, definitely an omni-channel, but otherwise also most likely you'll be discovered online. And that completely replaces a lot of media which existed outside digital, even digital, which was largely seen as channels. So whether we were advertising on, large just affiliate programs or Google or as platforms and what they had to offer, it's really about the consumer today. It's really about what is it that you're connecting with, what is the communication you're doing, and how do you own this target group, right? So if everything we are doing is about this consumer, we really need to be very pinpointed on how do we attract this consumer from a media strategy as well. For example, if Duroflex is a premium brand, it offers price points which are in the masstige to premium range. And it is very important for us to get a certain kind of an audience that believes in health because we're on the pillar of sleep. So in this sort of a very pointed conversation that we are making as a brand, advertising pan channel and whatever is the inventory available in that channel really is wasted efforts. Also, it's very complicated. What we've realized is over a period of time, the conversations with agencies or experts, it becomes very complicated for us to arrive at a final execution plan. So if we've understood the consumer journey very carefully and we pick our target audience and the kind of sites and the kind of media we want to buy because of that, it makes the whole strategy very easy. It also therefore has a very simpler impact on our offline buying. That offline then becomes the additional media that we buy, after covering the digital ecosystem, because a lot of what we do is digital first. So it simplifies that as well in the choice of media, and with everything put together, we're able to really drive an ROI for our marketing bucks.
Super, Shweta. Thanks for kind of overemphasizing on the need of an omni-channel marketing strategy as we, as consumers become both, physical and digital. Pankaj, if I may, request you to come in and, talk a little bit more about omni-channel marketing with programmatic as a context, right? And what are the opportunities or challenges that you're seeing specifically on that front, Pankaj?
Right. Hi, Akash. Hi, everyone. Coming from CPG, FMCG background, and looking at it, Akash, you did mention about personalized communication, and that too, if you're coming from CPG background, it needs to be at scale. If I am not at scale, I am not doing, justice to my brand's objective. So clearly, these things, and one of the point which Ms. Tate mentioned that, first party data is one of the key pillars, or going to be one of the key pillars in terms of omni-channel or otherwise also. So what we have done is definitely we have invested a huge amount of efforts behind making our own first party data stack and have millions and millions of those consumers and customers. The other point which I want to stress on is that, we have definitely moved away from inventory level programmatic approach to absolutely audience only approach. I am not, married to a particular media or a channel or a particular kind of inventory. My audience is there on, let's say, a social platform, or let's say on WhatsApp, or on, my own D2C platform, or even if she is going to physical stores. Somehow, if I'm able to map the entire approach in a full funnel manner, and it's important that, I'm also talking about full funnel here, because, programmatic, especially, people think of it as, middle funnel or top, bottom of the funnel, impacts which it brings. But what we have seen is that whenever for last 2 years, we have been investing behind full funnel approach through programmatic across omni-channel, whether it is our own D2C platform, Smita mentioned about the importance of D2C platform, especially in their case, it's far bigger. For a FMCG CPG company, it is in decimal point, if I may call it, but it's extremely important from first party data point of view. So that is one, channel which is critical for us. The other channel which is critical is, of course, you're talking about instant messaging. Earlier, we were, there were brands and there were companies who were using SMS, but now today, with integration of WhatsApp and especially with business API, we are using that channel also to engage with consumer in a personalized communication. The third piece which we have seen and we've started doing with our partners is how to nudge my consumer when she's in and around the retail store. So it's across the funnel. If you look at it, I'm talking about, multi-format, most, personalized. I'll talk about an example here. For one of our biggest categories, household insecticides category, which is a 3,500 crore category for us. We have done this full funnel approach. Yeah, we are talking about multiple creatives for multiple occasions with the relevance of, mother who's a mother of 2-year-old toddler or a mother who's 10 years old kid. The communication is totally different there. If the mother is sitting out of Karnataka versus Gujarat, the communication is in that particular language. So when we talk about, communication which is more personalized, we are actually, ensuring that consumers are engaging with my brand. And at the same time, I'm able to nudge her through the funnel with various approaches across the channels and not multi-channel. I'm not, like we discussed, that it's not the multi-channel approach. I'm engaging with her on D2C. I'm engaging with her on WhatsApp. I'm engaging with her on, various social platforms or other. And at the same time, I'm able to connect because I have first party data. I'm able to connect and nudge her at the retail store as well. So these are the things which, at least for us, we have been investing behind. And like I said, I'm going to reiterate, while programmatic is important, it's going to play a critical role. I'm talking about audience, not inventory, not platform. And that's what it needs to be.
No, super. That absolutely makes sense. I mean, like the fact that you said critical action is to build first-party data capabilities, whether programmatic or omni-channel or both. That's critical. I actually thought the full funnel approach to programmatic was interesting. Probably subsequently, I do want to get your point of view on what percentage of your overall spends end up driving full funnel, leading to a direct to consumer action. And obviously the third part, which in my mind is a fairly interesting point on building the bridge between physical and digital, and hopefully Gulab at the end will give us more insight on it. Thanks, Pankaj. So let me bring in Harshit, and Harshit brings in extensive experience around healthcare practitioners engagement, and not necessarily seen in the traditional sense of how for example brand performance marketers will talk about advertising and targeting and so on and so forth. It's a very interesting and a very influential channel for most people who are in that industry. And I know having worked with Harshit brings in a lot of experience himself. He's a doctor himself. So Harshit, can you throw some light on how specifically in this industry you see the relevance and play for omnichannel marketing? Harshit?
Yeah, thanks, Akash. And yeah, so I work in the healthcare and life sciences category, and it's very interesting. I think programmatic and omni-channel are the most abused and least used words in this category. Right? And so whichever brand I go to, and this is not just India, but across global environments, we want to do omni-channel, doing this. But reality is it is only a little bit of multi-channel marketing happening across brands. And to me, it is still just a checkbox initiative, not a real part of a brand strategy. That's where pharmaceutical industry currently is today. And it is reflected in their digital spends also, when we see less than 5% of their marketing budget is spent on digital, which is for trials only. Right? Although COVID really helped in pushing them, right? When the physical touch points were not available, digital touch points had to be created. So we're trying to build a business. That's what Docare is all about, but trying to understand the problem statement with this industry. Why is it not moving? What are they doing? Right? And you'll be surprised to know that this category, right, still believes in more platform-based marketing than the audience-based marketing, right? So see the distance they are from even being a programmatic ready marketeer. Right? They would operate very traditionally, going to individual platforms, to a medical journal or to a networking platform, which are isolated in nature, and create programs for them, manage reports offline. Right? And when you try to poke deeper and deeper into this category, you will only hear one sentence that, oh, we are a regulated category, we can't do much. Right? So what is required in this category is a move from platform-based marketing to an audience-based marketing, which is a need to the beginning of a programmatic or an omni-channel solution, right? Building on the need and the steps to be taken for an audience-based marketing solution which is again a challenge with the category, is data sharing and data privacy, right? Because of the sensitive nature of this data in this category, which deals with patients, there is a resistance to move on an audience-based or kind of creating an identity graph or sharing data. And even within the organization, like an R&D team would not even share data with the marketing team, right? It is to that kind of an extent, right? And also on this is one part which I personally feel is often confused in this category, is a difference between the patient and the HCP. whenever any brand talks about marketing, right, pharmaceutical brands only want to market to HCPs, but the challenges are spoken about are for the patients on patient data, etc. While even regulations, there are no challenges on physician data sharing. So the push, the learning for us have been to try to dissect out HCP, healthcare professional, from the pharmaceutical marketing and take them away, expose them from a regulated landscape and try to build audience based data. And that's the beginning for the programmatic journey for pharmaceutical world. We managed to do it with limited success in few markets across the globe. And interestingly, India is doing pretty well since last 18 months because of the COVID season.
Got it. Ashit, that's great perspective. I also found one point which you said, which is very interesting, saying the challenge is on consumer data, but not on the HCP data. And therefore, in addition to building a consumer journey with all the limitations that exist in the category, there's possibly an opportunity to build an HCP journey as well, right? And then leverage, all the good things about programmatic and omnichannel marketing to make sure they're influenced and they're kind of engaged on an ongoing basis. So thanks, Ashit, for bringing that in. I know Smita is supposed to drop off. So Smita, can I come to you before I go to the, the platform experts, so to say, in the panel discussion? Smita, give us a sense about, what are the approaches that you guys are taking as a business to build, relevant customer journey, specifically online, right? And specifically with the direct to consumer business. And, what are the challenges or what are the barriers that you're seeing in doing so? Building a journey, making sure you have a connected model in driving, in leveraging data to engage at different touch points, basis their past interaction, past behavior, and so on and so forth. Sweta?
Yeah. Great. Thank you for accommodating that. I unfortunately can't extend it. But coming to Duraflex as a brand, as I was saying earlier, it's a pretty complicated network and an industry which is just coming of age in terms of branded consumerism, right? So everything is new, including the ways we are marketing it post-COVID, which is interesting as well. What we've managed to understand well is really our consumer. And today, where is that consumer? What is the triggers and barriers and really the hooks for communication? I think some of y'all mentioned it, as an opportunity, we've probably just started multi-channel marketing more than really understanding the whole journey. And that's really where the problem is, or the opportunity for agencies or networks to help out brands like us, because we know how to do the funnel, the top funnel, mid funnel, and the bottom funnel separately. But then we have a lot of information which is lying in untracked territories as to where the consumer is finally shopping. So even if you consider online, we have our own platform, which is our website, and then we have marketplaces where there is a certain amount of limited data sharing as to where the final purchase is happening. Similarly, offline, we have a large amount of business coming in from partner stores where we can't track the final data as yet. So currently, we've managed to understand the consumer journey from a top funnel and middle funnel perspective, and really address it not only digitally, as I think Pankaj beautifully said. It's not only about programmatic, that's really the medium, but it's about putting all the pieces together, including the offline ATL buying, which is TV, because that's also a sizable spend in national brands like us. So really putting everything together and programmatic as part of that. We managed to do that decently in the top and middle funnel, but then how does a consumer finally convert through that is something that's available in pieces, and putting it together is really what we are all looking out for, through experts like the ones here. How do we really connect the dots and finally say that, yes, this consumer has come through this medium and also shopped offline or a marketplace online. Net, I think it's a start. It's a start for brands like us to really focus on digital. As I said, pre-COVID, even our business was not very digital. And today a large spends overall is going on digital. a large part of our sale is digital and D2C. So the ecosystem for this category has completely changed within 1.5, 2 years. And we've got onto that board pretty early on, because the kind of marketing we are doing is very digital first. So it's really the speed of action that we focused on a lot, and now the whole understanding of the journey, understanding data from again owning that data and that consumer journey is something that we look forward to.
Got it. No, thanks for that. No, I think the critical point that you said, which I'm going to, reiterate, Smita, is the onus of brands and marketers adopting programmatic and omni-channel is with us marketers as much as it is with the ecosystem players, including agencies and platforms, right? And I think just the nature of the industry and the fact that there's just too much of jargons and too much of discussions versus too much of actions. So I think as brand marketers or as marketers in general, the expectation is that the ecosystem starts building or showing proof of proof of outcome, and make sure that all of us start leveraging things a lot more. Thanks Smita for joining in. I'm going to now move to the as I say, a set of guys in the discussions who typically will have this underlying point of saying that marketers are still way behind and they don't understand what's happening, and there's just so much of opportunity there. With setting that as a starting point, Hiren, I'm going to go to you. And Hiren, obviously, given your global experience and the vantage point that you're in, give us a sense of where do you really see this today and where is it really going, right? And as Smita kind of put it fairly well, saying this is very initial days for all of us. We might still be having great discussions, but obviously some categories are still very initial days. I represent financial services. We're quite ahead in that journey. But still, where do you see this really? What's the, so to say, the state of the nation at this point of time?
Thank you, Akash. Yeah, hope you will hear me. Yeah. Thank you, Akash, and thank you, Action4Media, to having me here. Smita, Pankaj, and Dr. Harshit, all of us shared really a great insights about like their experience about audiences, segmentations, online, offline thing. See, we Vertos, like we are a programmatic plex. We have our own exchange as well as a demand side platform, supply side platform. We work with the data in a very deep way, and almost like on a day basis, like TBs of data we collect for the log point of view, where we work with like how the audience segmentations, how the people are tracking, and a lot of different things happening in this part of the world as well as other part of the world, which is like much more advanced in terms of like US or Europe side I'm talking about. See, the problem here specifically in India is that still we are lacking of a lot of data. We really are working towards like gathering a lot of data, working towards the consumer experience behavior analysis, like we're still working towards to set that, how we able to give a proper, experiences which requires to give to the consumer. See, omni-channel, as a Vertos, which is a mat tech, we call ourselves a mat tech in terms of like a marketing and advertising technology. Like, so we work on a offline as well as online in terms of like, working towards like how exactly whatever consumer you have worked upon and whatever new consumer you want to acquire upon. Okay, see, these both are very important. And for both to have it, you have to have a proper omni-channel experience. But for that, you really have to have a very strong platform or strong process in place to acquire your own data. We have worked with many brands and we have seen that, it is really difficult for them to move out from the legacy situations and working towards creating and collecting their own data, then working towards something new. So this is like experience I have, and we are working very hands-on with all of these brands to see how we are able to help them work towards a better data acquisition, which can help them to actually use the real world of omni-channel. Yes, Akash.
Got it. No, thanks. No, makes sense. I think, and then Pankaj mentioned that briefly as well. Data capabilities are absolutely critical, key enablers to driving omni-channel, marketing experience for customers. However, legacy reasons continue, technology reasons continue to be a big barrier for all brands and business. And I think there's a lot of work which needs to be put there. Thanks, Hiren. Gulab, I'm going to come to you next. And Gulab, I find I obviously in the order I wanted you to come in last, at least on this set of questions. Lastly, because you're somewhere sitting in the middle, right? And Smita and Pankaj talk about the whole challenge of journeys being built across physical and digital. There's still capabilities and data available for you to drive to build a journey and hopefully move towards omnichannel marketing. The challenge will always be about marrying physical and digital, and you're somewhere in the middle with the whole digital out of home programmatic that you're trying to drive. So give us a perspective again on how you actually see omnichannel programmatic moving forward, and the role specifically digital out of home plays in building this journey towards the customer. To making sure that the customer experience is end to end. Gulab?
Sure. Thanks, Akash. So completely aligned with Pankaj, Harshit, Smita, and Hiren. So ultimately, audience is the core focus. And just like you rightly said, we are in the middle where, so one side is the demand, other side is the supply, and we are connecting both the interfaces where the focus is the audience buying only. So we know means if we consider the kind of maybe the importance of the omni-channel approach or the omni-channel mechanism here. So from the brand's point of view, so the kind of the platform we build where we can help them to track audience across all the channels or all the formats. For example, the awareness campaign to that mostly brand managed through mostly the digital out of home or offline media. Another maybe the impression buying that is through the SSP platforms, and ultimately the performance or conversion approach that is through the social media or Google search, or there are many platforms, right? But how to track audience journey across all the channels, all the platforms. So that is very important. And that is the gap we identified, and we developed the solution where starting from the digital out of home to how to track audience till conversion, that kind of the solution we have built. The latest example is the Google Discover campaign. We ran that campaign across 1,200 railway stations pan India. That the campaign was on the digital out of home. So post that, we collected the audience data, audience information, and we helped brand to target audiences through mobile devices, CTV, and other media. Post that till we again track audience till conversion. So that is the kind of the importance of the omni-channel approach, where you can manage everything from the single dashboard or the single platform, and that helps to increase the accuracy. Second example, Ola, we ran that campaign in New Zealand where we started with the digital out of home. And here the important point is that, and I think you have also highlighted that, so omni-channel is not only the channel or the media. Omni-channel is the format, messaging, that is very important. So we manage the format across all the channels, starting from digital out of home to mobile in the final conversion. Format and the messaging that was unique across all the channels and all the kind of the media we used. And that helped us to get the very good conversion in terms of maybe the brand lift and finally the conversion as well. So this is the kind of the approach where now the industry is moving from the wall garden approach to the open network, right? And if we consider the open network, then definitely omni-channel is the mechanism, and I completely align where with the omni-channel approach, we can increase the accuracy and we can help brands to do the audience buying, not the media buying. And that's the kind of the right approach we started with.
No, super. Gulab, if I may just ask you a follow-up question, right? And I think, for example, the examples that you took on Google was an interesting one to look at it, right? But you're fundamentally combining two different media who have a very different nature of, how they track and measure, right? A digital out of home, despite the fact it's digital, it's still mass, right? Mass, obviously, the range can be different on how we traditionally look at it, mass from a TV perspective, right? Whereas as you go down to more digital-only platforms, you get a lot more one-to-one and a lot more personalized on your messaging and so on and so forth. So help us understand this intersection between a digital mass media platform like out of home combined with a personalized digital platform like, I don't know, even smart TVs, as you said, or the traditional digital properties. Gulab?
Yes, definitely. So with our own data capability, we collect the data in the out of home vicinity. That is through the different sources. We have integration with around 7 data partners. So we have, or to increase the accuracy, we have integration with the Map API, just like Google Map or Map My India, and there are other 2 API partners. Plus, we have integration with the social media platforms, mobile ad serving, game ad serving, where we collect data in the vicinity of that screen or media, and that is specific to that the diameter, right? If that is a billboard, then mostly the diameter is of suppose 80 to 100 meters. If that is the screen inside malls or airports, then the diameter is around 25 to 30 meters. Based on the screen size or the media size, we define the diameter, we collect the audience information. That includes a device ID as well. So we pass that device ID to the platform, just like currently we are working with mostly the Google DV360 platform. Right, we pass that to Google DV360 or other DSPs where they can retarget the audiences through mobile devices or other channels using that device IDs. Where the privacy is very important key for us to get all the data, and we follow all the privacy standards, which is again because the platform is based on the IAB standard.
Yep.
Follow all the protocols, we follow all the standards. Considering that privacy, we collect that data and help brands to target and increase the ROI. That's the overall approach.
Got it. No, thanks. Appreciate it, Gulab. And Hiren, I want to come to you next before I move to Pankaj and Harshad. Specifically, give us a sense of how do you see this area, specifically omnichannel marketing in programmatic, evolving? And again, given where you are, I'm sure you're seeing brands which are ahead of the curve, behind the curve. But give us a sense of what are 3 or 4 things that you expect brands and marketers to adopt besides building data capabilities, so that they're on the journey of leveraging this concept and driving higher efficiencies on their, sort of say marketing and media spends. Hiren?
Sure, Akash. So basically, I have a few things like, to say, like to the brands, like, many of time, like the brands are resistant to try a new technology or new medium. So I always suggest that, they should always be experimented about using new medium or new channels to see that how they're able to connect the data point with their existing system. So what happens is like, many times it happens like, they are very predefined because they're specifically getting certain number of results from a specific medium, and they're okay with not to move the budgets from this side to other side. I completely understand that, money which is spent on the advertising is once gone, it's gone. So obviously they have to take care of their money well. But I do expect them, to try at the same time, try and see what are the best way they can keep a track or put attribution sector in a such a way that, they're able to track their every dollar which has been spent on any of the medium. And not just by just looking at the performance of the campaign, but with also offline sales which has been increased. So many times it happens like they really do not have a right tracking system in place where they're able to track it online versus offline. So many times I have seen certain brands, who increase their offline business very heavily just by doing online awareness or online sales. So for example, like a brand where we have worked, they have increased a product where their cost per sale was say maybe 1,000 rupees. Okay. And this is like, my product is just worth of 600 rupees. Why I'm paying 1,000 rupees for the product? But the moment they have put down all the numbers in place, they've increased 2x in their actual retail sale. So now when you actually, spend 400 rupees extra on a per customer, but you have actually doubled your sale on offline. Now, how do you track this? If you do not have right tracking thing in place, many times it happens like, brand feel that, okay, digital is not working for me. This medium is not working for me. This programmatic is not working for me. This audience segmentations or whatever we name it. So I always believe that the proper tracking, a proper attribution sector has to be done, because see, every day, whether it is an email channel, OH channel, DOH channel, your display, mobile, video, app, there are multiple channels which you're working upon. But if you do not have right tracking, right attribution in place, many times it happens like, you spend a lot of money, and end of the day, as what Dr. Ashit said, like many times it's become more abusive than the more appreciated medium of advertising.
Got it. No, makes sense. I think that's the reality of how things really work, right? Pankaj, I want you to come in again, and there are two things that Hiren talked about, and even Gulab mentioned, which I want your view on. One is this whole attribution story, and in your case, FMCG, CBG, given the primary the primary mode of reaching out to customers continues to be mass marketed traditionally or digital, irrespective. In your ability to, and I'm trying to connect the D2C conversation that we had initially as well, and as you guys have started venturing into a lot more of that, right? Your ability to attribute spends to outcomes, right? I mean, traditionally FMCG, CBG do a campaign, so you see impact on product take up at the distributor end and then at the consumer end. With this combination of digital, physical, D2C, your ability to make sense out of spends driving actions. I mean, I know it's an idealistic question that I'm asking, but I still want to get your sense on how are you trying to even approach that, or where do you think really it'll eventually land up?
So Akash, it's $1 million question, honestly. You coming from financial sector, it's far easier for some sectors to actually draw the attribution model end to end. For a sector like CPG, it's really, really difficult. And especially, let's say a few years back when D2C was not there or e-commerce was not there, including e-commerce still. I mean, while you know that you're spending X amount to drive, whether on platform, off platform, you are able to figure out certain bits of it, that what kind of ROAS you are being generating. But when it comes to the overall, like you mentioned, that, whether it is traditional mass approach or digital mass approach, at the end of the day, I need to drive top of the funnel so that my consideration is actually picked up for a sub 100 rupees product. Okay, whether you're talking about a soap or a mosquito repellent and stuff, at the end of the day, I need to reach out to the masses. It's not like you are just narrowing the funnel. It is definitely a task to be achieved. We are trying to do a lot of attribution modeling approach in partnership with a lot of partners, including Google. We have at least tried to figure out that at what frequency I'm able to deliver right impact on awareness and consideration versus bottom of the funnel. At least that kind of approach, I know that. Beyond X frequency, I should not be investing because that's a waste of energy and time and money. If I'm able to draw X frequency, I'm able to achieve consideration tasks, and which is at the end of the day giving me uptick on my sales. That's happening. On D2C, it's quite simple and straight and linear, because I know that I'm investing X amount on driving conversions, and it's fairly linear in that sense. So I'm able to drive exactly what kind of monies I need to put in, what is the attribution for whichever medium we are talking about. E-commerce is a mixed bag, because on platform that whatever numbers you're driving on platform marketplaces, whether it is Amazon, Nykaa or Flipkart, that you're investing X within the platform, you are able to figure out what kind of conversions you are. But off platform to on platform, again, that's a challenge, and most of us know that there is no direct correlation between off platform to on platform conversion. So there are multiple pivots which are happening within the CPG space, and especially the challenge for us is when you are trying to sell a sub 100 rupees product, that is always going to be the task for brand and business owners to figure out that for a sub 100 rupees product, how do we ensure that the entire funnel and attribution is being managed in that sense. But like I mentioned earlier, a lot of investments are being made in technology so that there is first party data, marrying it with second party and third party, and then trying to achieve. So we are investing a lot behind trying to figure out how to make sense of attribution at various channel level.
Got it. No, I think Pankaj, you've made quite a few relevant points, and I used to work in a FMCG before this, and now with financial services and largely the challenges around privacy and cookie-less data and so on and so forth. I think in general, I believe all of us, whether we're heavy top of the funnel marketers or heavy bottom funnel marketers, our comfort with model data has to go up. Right, and I think I think that's the skill which I believe most of the marketers like us will have to start adopting. Whether it's incrementality or whether it's consistently running models and AI ML to keep giving us projections on what eventually the outcomes will be combined. Right, because I think one of the challenges, as you said, I mean, we still seem to be very multi-channel focused, and given the challenges on data not being shared across platforms, not being collected by us in certain cases. So it's obviously a big challenge for us to deliver on the so to say on the promise of omni-channel marketing, right? So I think that is an interesting point. Harshit, I want to bring you in before I do my last poll with everyone. I think this whole point about attribution or measurement of impact, specifically in an industry like yours, makes it even pronounced, right? I mean, largely because the larger influencer or decision makers are offline versus online, right? So if I may just get your brief comments on how do you see this whole concept of measurements to outcomes, so action to outcomes, measuring that specifically in the pharmaceutical industry shaping up going forward. Harshit?
Yeah. The pharmaceutical industry, I think, is most unique, where brands are investing their marketing dollars and not expecting a sale. They're expecting an influence, right? Which is even harder to manage, hoping it might convert to a sale, right? And this is a question often asked to us by most of the marketers. And a couple of months ago, we launched an interesting product for the US market where availability of data isn't a problem, right? Where we are able to map an advertising exposure directly to business outcome, which is prescription in this case. Right? That's what a pharmaceutical brand messaging can influence. Is my doctor writing a prescription or not? Right? There could be a lot of leakage outside of that stage, whether a patient would eventually buy the drug or not, go for a second opinion, didn't have money to buy, etc., etc. But at least that's the metric which brands try to influence. Now, it was relatively easier to solve for a market where data is available, but US was probably the only market where we could have that product. Outside of US, that granularity of prescription data at a physician level isn't available, right? Look at India. Right? Forget granularity, there is no data available because a lot happens in the offline front, right? So we took that as a challenge and came up with a product called a behavior lift product, right? Before writing a prescription, what changes? The perception about a particular message and the behavior, right? So through a pulse survey technique, which is initiated at the same time a programmatic campaign is initiated, we check the perception about different key messages which a brand wanted to influence and the change in that perception over a period of time. And we are seeing increasing correlation of change in the perception measured online with the sales and prescriptions happening offline. Right? So a new paradigm which we are trying to open, again, working using programmatic technology to fuel measurement.
No, interesting, because you kind of build on the fact that in absence of your data, I mean, wherever there's a challenge, and again, a modeled approach with the data that you already have starts giving you, at least closer to reality on what is happening versus the, the actual one. So truly appreciate it. Okay, this is my last question to everyone, and this is how typically I do in panel discussions. I just have two questions, and you just have to give a number. Give us a sense. The first question is, rate the readiness of the industry to achieve omnichannel marketing today. So give us a rating from 1 to 10, 10 being, obviously we're fairly advanced as an industry in India. 1 being that it's just 2 initial days for us to have more discussions on it versus seeing more outcomes of it. And 5 years from now, where do you see that particular number moving? Hopefully up, the ladder. But where do you think 5 years from now the industry will be when you rate it from 1 to 10, right? Gulab, let me start with you.
Sure, Akash. So considering the kind of the nature of the data,
Gulab, I'm sorry, give me a number for both of them. Number on where do you think we are and where do you think we will be 5 years from now, between 1 to 10. Sorry about that.
Yeah, so today we are at 5. And
okay.
In next couple of years, we'll be at around 8 or 9.
Super, so that helps. Hiren, you're next.
Okay, so if I compare between the Western market and the Indian market, so I would say that we are between 3 to 4 with what experience I have with the brand.
Sure,
okay?
Sure.
And compared to over there, it's like between 6 to 7 kind of a thing. Okay, and 5 years from now for here in India, I feel at least will be 7, 8, and maybe over there maybe 8, 8.5 or 9.
Got it. That helps. Harshit, if I ask you the same question.
In India, we probably are at 1 right now. And in next 5 years, I am hoping, because this being a niche category, we can reach to a 6.
Got it, Harshit. Pankaj, final comment on this?
I think at an industry level, we are at 2 or 3 max. But I'm hopeful in next 5 years, we should be at 8. And that's the pace which is going to change. I mean, that's my sense.
Got it. No, I truly appreciate it. And I think the last numbers give you a sense of the fact that Gulab and Hiren are still more optimistic about where we are and where things will go. I think Harshit and Pankaj are more real with where we are today, even though Pankaj is more optimistic about what the future looks like. So again, I just want to thank everyone on the panel. I think great discussion. I think this is one topic I expect us to keep discussing over the next few years. So from programmatic discussion, going to move to more omni-channel leveraging programmatic, right? So thank you very much. Thanks Exchange for Media. Thanks for joining in. Truly appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Akash. Thank you, everyone.
Well, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for a wonderful session. We'll resume now after lunch. We'll take a lunch break. I hope to see you back by 1:50. So have a great time, have a great lunch, be refreshed, and be back by 1:50. Thank you.
Hi, Charu.
Hi, you can hear me?
I can hear you, but you seem to be in some ethereal world.
Yeah, I don't know why this is coming like this.
I think your background and the light is playing it.
I
So
don't have a
background is white, and then probably some of the stuff that you're wearing, or probably where you sit.
Hi, Charu.
I'll just figure it out. Give me a sec, huh?
You have to sit in front of maybe a plain background. If there is a lot of light.
Yeah, I'll just reduce the light 1 second.
Yes, yes. Thank you.
Better, yeah?
Yep.
Yeah, works, no?
You in office or?
I'm in the office, obviously, yeah. Works now, it's fine, right?
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
Cool. So we'll start in another 10 minutes, yeah? We have. Okay.
Hi, Charu. Hi, Jayesh. So we are already live, just letting you all know. We've just taken a short lunch break. So once our next round, the other speakers join, we'll start.
Sure.
Hi, Neeraj.
Hi, Saurav. How are you?
I'm good, yeah. How are you doing?
Good, yeah, super.
Hey, Neeraj.
I think you and Sunil should collaborate, yeah. Fifth session together.
Sorry to interrupt you, sir. Sir, actually we are live and audience can hear you.
All right, perfect. They will only get insights from us.
All right, so we are well acquainted with each other. It's wonderful to know that our panelists are very comfortable with each other. So we're ready for our next panel discussion. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you had a great lunch session. This is your host, Preeti Katpal, and our next panel discussion is we have our panelists right here, and we're quite excited to talk to them. So let me introduce them first. We have Sachin Vashisht, Director and Head of Digital Marketing.
Hi, hello guys.
Digital Marketing, Paisa Bazaar. Saurabh Saini, Head Digital Marketing and Communications, Havells India.
Hi, everyone.
Jayesh Ulatil, VP and GM India in Mobi.
Good afternoon, all. Hi.
Charu Malhotra Bhatia, Vice President Marketing, Briloka Limited.
Hi guys.
And the session will be chaired by Neeraj Ruparel, Head of Mobile and Emerging Tech, Group M.
Hello, guys.
Well, this session is going to be very interesting. In-app marketing strategies for an ID-less world. In the last few months, many businesses are feeling unsettled about the multiple dynamic shifts ongoing in media industry. Amongst such changes, one is ad industry, post-cookie-less world, with majority of ad spends going in mobile-first strategies and in-app marketing. Programmatic enables a very secure and efficient delivery medium for brands. However, our advertisers and publishers ready for the world full of agile and new media formulations? This panel will share their views about how programmatic can help with impact of advertising and help brands adapt new modes of targeting and measurement with ongoing changes. So let's go ahead with the panel.
Thanks so much, Preeti. I think you did a perfect context setting for me.
I just want to inform our viewers that our today's sessions, after this session, we'll be having a spotlight session, and followed by that, we also have a special address by industry expert in the programmatic ecosystem at 3:40. Well, followed by that, we have at 4:40 a panel discussion powered by Magnite on advancing automation of OTT advertising in 2022. And at 5:50, we're going to be closing the address, the state of programmatic 2022. So we're really looking forward to this day, a very eventful day. And thank you so much. Over to you now.
So a lot of stuff coming up. Stay tuned to this event. That's what Preeti wants to just summarize. All right, super guys. I'm super excited to be here. So I keep chairing a lot of these panel conversations, but this one is special. So when we moved into it and we started jamming over the period of last couple of days, we actually ended up gathering solutions out of our conversations, which is very rare. But yeah, so this panel, I'm super kicked about it, and absolutely looking forward to kind of insights which are going to be coming in from my fellow panelists. I was just catching up on this report from AppsFlyer, which says about 14% of Planet's app downloads are happening from India, which is like super insane, right? That makes it like a breeding ground for in-app marketing. This is only second to China. So this makes it so powerful for advertisers in terms of the ecosystem, which is getting built on the app space, and pandemic is kind of completely driven this. So you move around and you will see a lot of people who were never using e-com started downloading e-com apps, the fitness apps, and you're seeing all across, there's a range in number of apps which are getting downloaded in the Indian market right now. Now to fire up any advertising campaign on in-app or even on mobile web, it's quite a task today. So it's a complete sci-fi experience. So a lot of tech stack goes into it, ensuring there's visibility, the viewability checks are they're in place, measurement, and a lot of stuff which gets into this particular on the tech side to roll up a campaign out there. So at e4m-Xaxis, we ensure that all our clients, even if they don't have deep pockets, they get similar kind of a tech stack and similar kind of an experience when they are launching a campaign with us. So that's one area of work which we have built over a period of time. Obviously, along with our partners like InMobi, there's some super duper work which is happening in that space of launching campaigns and ensuring that advertisers get that buck for their money. As we say, this entire space change is a constant, and the industry is going to undergo massive change now, which is what this panel is all about, which is we entering into this entire era of ID-less world. And there's a lot of work which is happening across the ecosystem in terms of getting the brands geared, getting the platforms and the tech stack geared for it. And we're working with a lot of our clients to create the first-party database. So one way to counter this is to create first-party database and use all the emerging tech stack to build that level of hyper-personalization. One of our most trending emerging tech deployment recently is on synthetic video and voice. We've been doing it for a lot of our clients, but one which has caught the eyes, the industry, is the one which we've done for Mondelez recently with SRK promoting local stores. So that makes it really fascinating. So in the world of ID-free, ID-less world, as we call it, more and more personalized data is going to get garnered, and more tech stack is going to go along with it to build a lot of communications, engaging conversations with those audiences. With this, I would just open up the panel, and we would just start with my favorite person on the panel today is Sachin. I think we really spoke, and you went on talking about and a big fan of the work which you're doing on the PII space, one of the early movers, Policy Bazaar, in terms of building the entire PII stack. In fact, if a cookieless world is going to benefit someone, it would benefit Sachin and team, because it's going to open up a parallel revenue model for you where you can co-op and work with folks like your friend Saurav and create some magical solutions. So would love to hear from you, Sachin.
Yeah, thanks, Neeraj. So for most advertisers, going the cookieless way, is a big worry. Especially people who are the big reliance on these third-party cookies through different ad networks, right? Luckily for us, third-party cookie reliance is not that much, because we are very heavy on the first-party data set side. We started building our first-party data since the very beginning, trying to get newer ways to get that data more enriched in a more sophisticated way. The first step was to build a data lake. We achieved that a couple of years back. So now the data is available to each and everyone in the organization who wants to use it for their benefit. The second thing is, why third-party cookies are more relevant for advertisers are that they give you the contextual audience. If you are selling, let's say if I talk about Charu, if you're selling home solutions, any kind of home solutions, someone who is in market, who has recently bought a home, or who has recently shifted, or who is getting something done, would be very relevant, and advertisers would want to reach out to that audience. Now, through first-party data, that is something which is a miss, because you don't know what is happening to your data outside the space when they are in different domains. How you can achieve that? Not at the same level of efficiency now, but we started building a propensity model. If someone is on Paisabazaar's platform, he visited a few months back, bought this is the kind of profile, this is what that person done, what could be the next product that that person would be interested on. So that is another domain we started investing in, giving us decent results. So we started doing all of these things a few years back, and these things have started giving us good results now. So honestly, I'm not worried as far as this cookieless thing is concerned.
Wow.
Like I said, it's pretty much like an opportunity. Moving on, Charu, and we were discussing about some of the fascinating work which you guys are doing on the contextual ad space. And here with Sachin, I see fabulous synergy. So what's your take on what Sachin said just now?
So see, I think very relevant, and with the whole noise around the future in a cookieless world. I mean, when today most brands are relying on programmatic, and obviously we've been also working on programmatic with both first party and third party data. The key now will be to start focusing on first party data and how we can optimize it, how we can leverage it and gain more audience insights. There's huge scope of contextual advertising. There is huge scope of personalizing the content. And moreover, this first party data that we are collecting from our sources, and I will elaborate a little more on this later. This is more drilled down with respect to consumers' demographics, consumers' interests. And for example, if there is a consumer who's going to any of the website looking for home renovation, bath renovation, then obviously that's something for us, and we used to kind of do programmatic from there. So right now, our focus has been to build our data and move on to a more consent-based advertising. And what I mean by it is that we've started using our website, we started using other platforms that we have, where we as brand, we convince the customers to volunteer data about their preferences, their interest areas, their behavior. What's more important here is that my content has to be very, very engaging. So I'll give you an example here. So for example, we're working on a bathroom planner kind of a tool where we give inspiring visuals, ambiances, thematic designs to consumers which they can download and create the bathrooms of their dreams. So such kind of a visitor, if he's getting onto my website, I mean, he will definitely want to download those designs, download that newsletter, and he will give consent to his information, to his interest areas. And that's happening because he's engaging with my content. So that's one thing. And as I had mentioned to you yesterday also, with respect to contextual advertising, so for example, we have Urban Clap, and we have a lot of plumbers and contractors there, and those are key influencers for my brand as well. So what we're doing is we're wanting to tie up with portals like this, where consumers, I mean, that's Urban Clap, for example, today is that go-to place in case a person wants to do any revamp in his bath space. So the moment he goes there, he sees my ad, and that's a very relevant platform for me to kind of catch a consumer with a high intent of purchase. So that's one thing. Apart from that, we've also started experimenting with a couple of beacons, as you call it, which are technology devices, which we've installed at a couple of our stores. Again, a different form of programmatic, but then they are helping us to do geo-targeting around those hardware stores. So these are, for example, in cities wherever you have...
Would that be NFC?
Pardon?
Would that be NFC devices, or how does it work?
So these devices, the moment these are installed within the stores, so the moment, and see, so the industry operates in such a way that you have these cohorts of stores in various places. So these are these specifically designated hardware markets. So if it's a consumer who's walking past my store, if he's in that market, he's actually there to buy a bathware or something related to his home. So he'll get automated messages, push notifications with specific schemes, offers, which obviously then probably will drive him to my store. So something like that we started on. There's one more very interesting example that I would want to share. So we experimented with a tool called Adom. So it's an AI based tool. So here what we've recently started doing is we're running an event based tracking experiment on our website, hindwarehomes.com. So where we track the user journey as they navigate through the website. So this helps in identifying what pages he visited, what products he visited, and then track those buttons that he is clicking, and then push the exact notifications to him. So last couple of months. So all focus is on building that first party database to make it more relevant for me, which definitely, I mean, we will also help me to kind of do programmatic to him later on.
Now, this is, I think it was one of the fascinating piece of examples for the B2B segment, because predominantly these blue collar audiences, we struggle on media to kind of locate them.
Exactly.
Especially all these masons and carpenters, and you keep getting bombarded with a lot of briefs wherein they want to hit that real cohort. So I think co-op is the way to go, and partnering with platforms who are sitting on some really rock solid enriching data is going to be the next leg. Now, Saurabh does a lot of fascinating work there, not just on the B2B segment, like what Charu, you just mentioned, but he does a lot of work on the B2C segment as well. So Saurabh, what's been your strategy to counter the cookie, the cookie sunset, which is going to arrive shortly?
Yeah. So first party data, third party data, these are not, very unique terms for all of us. We've been listening for long, and for marketers, it's very tough for us how to use this data very effectively to reach out to the consumer for our communication, for top of mind recall. But I think, for extensive reach, as Sachin said, we've been using third-party data, cookies, and everyone as a marketer, we have been using multiple tools, right? But I think first-party data is very crucial for any of the brands. Now, though we are talking about less kind of a scenario in coming of the years, but for brand like us, Havells, who've been having like 30 odd different categories, different target audience, different seasonality. So first party data is very important for us. Like one consumer, if you talk about in a home, right, as Charu said, bath renovations, right? But for us, it's like a consumer, our philosophy is deeper into your homes. As soon as you start or renovate your houses, from your wiring to your switches, to your fans, to your water purifiers, to your air conditioners, to your dishwashers, to, a lot of other, appliances, even in your bathrooms also, like geysers, personal grooming. So when you talk about, you have a different set of people all together within a bouquet. So first party for us is very important, saying that if I have one data piece, right, eventually I can target that data piece 50 different ways, and not that 50 different ways, but from different communication, which can be contextual, which can be different categories, offer, blah, blah, blah. But for us, this single data multiplies by 50 without even going to the third party. Right. So for brand like us, yes, you're right. It's very important, crucial. And we have been very sensitive in terms of capturing those data. I really like and appreciate the fact where, Charu said we have been integrated with a tool which which actually, see the consumer journey and put notifications into it. We also did that. But sometimes it's very tough to evaluate, maybe brand to brand, it might differ. But unless and until we do not have a pure ROI in those journeys of consumer, if it's pure been communication, yes, you have been doing very good job, contextual, multiple thought process coming in place. But I personally feel how ROI would be calculated with that thought. Right. So that also need to be looked. And because we know, there are two parts to it, as I said. From a comms per se, yes, it's very important for us. Also, as a marketer, we need to figure it out how ROI versus we're going to convert it.
All right. So let's just go to Jayesh, who would do a lot of heavy lifting on this panel, talking about the tech stack, which I think none of us will touch on. So InMobi is being really working on this space of unified ID, and would love to hear Jayesh's views in terms of how it's going to all shape up in times to come, and what opportunities would programmatic bring in for advertisers. You're on mute, my friend.
Sorry, thanks. Yeah, Neeraj. Yeah, so let me just take a step back and then just have a quick rundown on what you and some of the participants, panelists have already talked about. So one is the cookieless world, and one is um, the ad ID limited app tracking world. So the cookie world, the cookieless world is more significant or more in line with the web, and then we have the in-app. So India being a mobile first nation in terms of internet usage, we have close to about 85 percentage of, in fact, almost 97 percentage of the first mobile users are on, so first internet users are on mobile phones or through smartphones. And then you have close to 80 to 85 percentage of the time spent, upward of 80 percentage of time spent on internet is in app and not in web.
Yeah.
So that gives a context. And here is where the relevance of the ad ID and the deprecation of the ad ID that is probably being looked at by Google. The IDFA changes didn't affect India so much because of the 3% market share that Apple has specifically. But in the case of the GAID change, which is bound to happen probably with Android 13, more likely in 2023-24 than in 2022, there is obviously going to be changes in the way we look at it. So obviously what it means is that you have, in terms of targeting, you will have limitations. In terms of tracking, you will have limitations. In terms of frequencies that you reach out to a consumer, that will have limitations. And obviously in terms of attribution also, you will have limitations. When you look at this scenario, the ideal way, and this is one of the questions that you had put across to me, was how does an advertiser look at this scenario, and how does he prepare for this, considering uh, the GAID is going to be maybe with the kind of adoption that we are seeing or the opt-ins that we are seeing in IDFA. In the IDFA case, we might see up, in the range of maybe 20-25% opt-in, but the rest 75% will be null characters in terms of the GID. So how do we reach out? So the best thing, and all of you have touched upon it, in fact, Sachin already mentioned about the first party data. The first party PIA data is something which is going to be of extreme significance. And various advertisers, companies, clients are all at different stages of this evolution in terms of how they are looking at first party data. Sachin, and you will find a lot of the digital native clients or who are predominantly doing their business on digital, having a lot more of the data sets sitting with them. Whereas if you look at an FMCG company, you will find that that journey is probably just begun in the last 2-3 years, because the significance of data, that data never had significance earlier on. Now it has become significant, and that journey is coming. So that building of the PI data pool, like Sachin was saying, becomes an important proposition. And why it becomes important is, as we move on, getting this PI data, having our own consumers data with consent with you, and then ensuring that it is enriched with the kind of attributes that you can get from others, it becomes easier for you to have it matched to a PI based unified ID, which will be there in the market, which is already there in the market. And in that world that we are talking about, which is maybe 2 years down the line, this marriage of sorts becomes very important. Now, there are many ways of going about collating this PI information. Normal promotions. I think Charu mentioned about newsletters. Charu mentioned about exclusive content, enabling exclusive content for sharing the PI information. There could be several other ways in which you collate that data, but ensuring that this data is captured and it is growing, that becomes an important piece. Now comes the second point in terms of what all can we do with this data. Obviously, I mentioned, so it can be with a second party data, even where you marry with somebody of convenience. Say, for example, Charu, your brand could marry with somebody like, say, maybe a Magic Bricks, who has a set of data, and both of you are complementing each other. And that is the kind of information that can be probably looked at by a third party, as in a third party clean room, where you can marry the data and have enrichment of that data. That is something which will work. Now, moving on to how this is going to work in the real world once these changes start happening. Like a couple of people mentioned, when you're targeting programmatically, even with one piece of data, like such Saurabh mentioned, having able to reach out contextually in different contexts, that becomes important. Uh, Whether we are able to give the right kind of information or pull out the right kind of information, have the right kind of communication going out. Neeraj, you did mention about the location based, or I think the Cadbury's one was wherein the AI enabled audio, Shah Rukh Khan audio, which was custom. It was a dynamic creative optimization. It was an AI based one that was done. Those kind of things can be developed, and that can be programmatically done, and that is important, and that is what the world is moving into, and that is where we will be in 2 years down the line, or in a 2 year time frame. Currently, India is probably in a 20 to 25% is programmatic. I know, the kind of programmatic spends that is happening in India is probably in the range of 20 to 25% of all digital ad spends. But that is moving very fast. Maybe it will start looking at 70-75% programmatic in the next 2 to 3 years. And that is where all this information is going to be important. I hope I've been able to touch upon a couple of the things that you've asked, Neeraj.
So what's been your strategy to get more and more brands into in-app based solutions for consumer engagement? Since we have brands on the panel, what's your pitch like?
Yeah, so I think there have been consistent pitches that have been going out to Saurabh and Sachin. I don't know, Charu, I haven't interacted with, so I'm not too sure. So we have a huge repertoire of stuff that we take to market, and which can be delivered programmatically. Like, for example, location-based or polygon-based targeting, which can then give to an online to offline attribution, which is important for some of these categories that we are mentioning. Charu mentioned about her stores where they had the beacon. What if we are able to track what is the evolution of the consumer from an online ad, seeing an online ad to going ahead into that store of himware? That becomes important. So that is one solution. Going ahead, you talked about the creative optimization, the dynamic creative optimization, whether we can have it based on this PIA data layering in terms of going about and specifically, more than contextually, in terms of personalizing the ads according to the data that is available with us. Is that a possibility? Yes, that's a possibility. Or for that matter, looking at APIs, creating rich media solutions, creative solutions based on APIs. It could be time of day, it could be it could be location, it could be an air quality index. We have done so many of those things, and those possibilities are there are a huge number of possibilities that we can
taking this the huge opportunity which you just relayed. Going back to Sachin, if any of these opportunities you must have applied at Policy Bazaar, and is there a success case which you would like to share it with the audience?
Yeah, so Policy Bazaar is working with a lot of insurers, right? And there was a issue that people who usually come to Policy Bazaar to compare, and there were instances when they just drop off and go to the manufacturer directly and purchase from there, right? So and there was a big revenue loss in this entire process, because we have a platform where we educate our customers about different policies, what are the pros, cons, etc., and so that they can make an informed choice. And ideally, we would want them to buy from us, but most of them they do, but some of them they drop off, go to the manufacturer because of some reasons, and then they buy from them, right? So we realized this issue, we realized the opportunity also, and we made agreements with these insurers, most of the insurers. And now we have a system. If someone drops from Policy Bazaar and goes to a manufacturer site to buy directly, we know that this person has gone there. They know that this person evaluated their policy on us, and then there was a clear attribution. And this gives us, basically, a leeway in terms of, the seamless, overall seamless journey, attribution, revenue optimization, etc., right? So that was one. The other thing which we did in Paisa Bazaar. So, in lending products, finding the right audience is very crucial, because the rejection rate is very high. both in terms of loans, in terms of credit cards. People who apply, they do not get it, right? So we have our own first party data, and we know that this is, and interesting thing with lending is that there are only a fixed set of people in India, because for a new to credit person, it's very difficult to get a lending product, the first lending product. They usually get it from their own banks, the credit card, which is a pre-approved or something like that. But most of the time, 95% of people, they are from the same pool, right? They keep on taking a credit card, a loan, etc., 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 right? So identify that person is very important. So again, we have our own segment, and we try to capture that segment through different one-on-one or what I would say, utilizing the second party cookies, which you just mentioned, getting into one-on-one agreement with an organization, utilizing their data sets, because finding out a new person and
like
then
Hotstar and Flipkart is a classic co-op.
yeah. So buying audience, getting someone on board, and then checking whether this person is eligible or not. We do it otherwise. We know that this person is eligible. Let's go and find him on other platforms, right? So that's the other way of optimizing our media spends.
Going back to Saurav, every time I speak to Saurav, Saurav is the pressing point for him is the inventory has to be on target and it has to be in the brand safe environment. So Saurav, how does it all shape up in the in-app world, the brand safety? What's your view on that?
Yeah, so it's been like more than 10 years been a brand custodian. So it's been in the blood, always brand was on the priority. So brand safety in multiple levels, even in programmatic, we always use multiple tools, right? So that our brand communication, our the ad has been served to the right audiences at right point of time, at the right particular way it should be, so that the spill is minimized as much as we can. Very traditional company, though, as I said, I'm working in very conservative. And the way we think about our consumer is, again, as I said, communication need to be very precise and thoughtful, whatever we think in terms of doing so, which I believe, yes, we tried multiple times through programmatic, right, to different audiences, with proper, time of targeting, what kind of ROI we can calculate it with different few categories, where it can be calculated in. And to be honest, yes, we, by using this entire thought process to the right audiences, right time, and the proper ROI, we achieved all those things. So, yeah.
So what's your favorite campaign when it comes to engagement with first party audiences? Any work which inspires you?
So Pani Se Panga Mat Lo for water purifier, which we did almost 2 years back, was my favorite. I know Charu is laughing, so she must have seen that.
Oh, that was a good one.
Yeah. So we did a very interesting.
Charu, what's your sense on brand safety and ways in which programmatic advertising can be leveraged in the in-app world? And
Yes.
what's your, as marketer, what is the ecosystem, what we should be doing to get it on track, such that you marketers put your 100% onto it, and we can look at massive scale using this tech stack what we are building?
See, I feel today since last 2-3 years, we all know how the world of apps has changed, and in-app environment definitely today is a great canvas for maximizing user attention, and all marketeers, all brands are wanting to capitalize on it. A small screen, premium feel of the in-app environment, so to say, definitely users are more engaged with the ads. You can also optimize the ad space and hence create a more impactful ad when you're talking about in-app advertising. There's high level of personalization that you can do. There are better opportunities to reach out to the users. You can have video, you can have display banner advertising, any kind of playable advertising. All of that is possible in in-app advertising. So having said that, see, when I talk about Hindware as a brand, definitely last couple of years we've adopted the digital way. I mean, I would say more of a phygital way where we not just depend on online, but it's more physical stores also that we have. And the physical stores hold a lot of importance here, where the consumer wants to go touch and feel the product and then buy it. But then the fact of the matter is that 90% of my research or the search is happening online before the consumer actually walks into a store and buys a product. And hence, for me, first party data also becomes very relevant. We didn't, I mean, a couple of years back, we did not have too much focus on developing that kind of a data. But today, the data comes from various sources, not just online, but offline as well. So when I talk about the data collected from in-store walk-ins, I talk about email marketing, we talk about call center data, any interactions that happen at call center from at Hindware, lot of service data. So last 5 years, if I were to accumulate service data, then it's huge data that we have lying with us that we are now putting onto CRM and trying to see how we can probably have some repeat purchase there. So yes, because all of this data rests within the system, it's all the more important for us to see that the data is safe and it's kind of worked on well. So both optimization as well as leveraging the data is what we're trying to do at all in all respects.
All right, so over to Jayesh. You've been at the forefront of this changing universe. So what's the kind of measures which you are taking at InMobi to see to it that the ad campaigns which are running on in-app is in the brand safe environment and all the checks and balances? If you could touch upon that, I think you would do it the best. Mute again.
Was having this cough, so I muted myself every time. Well, brand safety, as you know, it's a very touchy topic. It is not just from a perspective. There are different types of brand safety that we look at. One is from a contextual brand safety. One is from the right kind of targeting. Say, like for a liquor brand, what is brand safety different for brand safety for so maybe a what do you call a Hinware like product or probably a Policy Bazaar like product, right? So. What we, of course, the biggest advantage of in-app is basically there are several levels of checks and balances which have been taken care of. So in-app means there is a certain level of brand safety which is guaranteed. Beyond that point is where we are talking about the contextual safety and also the right kind of audience safety. So when we look at, say, a specific category which should only go to, or the reach out should only go to a particular target audience, that is possible with the kind of signals that we have. We are able to reach out to that specific audience, hence making it clear for the brand also that okay, the communication is only going to a specific audience, unlike in the case of a television where an ad it could be seen by anybody. Not that it cannot be seen by anybody, even a handset which is probably being mapped to as a specific OTR or a particular target segment can be used by somebody else. I'm not denying that. But having said that, that basic check and balance is there in terms of taking a brand to the consumer. The third part, which I also wanted to mention, is about the contextuality of things. Like, for example, no brand wants to be associated with a negative context, right? So, like, for example, how about, say, a Havells brand, the Pani, the water thing itself, if you can take that in the context. What if it is being advertised in a context where water, there's a lot of issues on water? Maybe that is the right one, maybe it is not. So making sure that that is also not affected, or rather that kind of contextuality is also taken into account, is possible in the in-app environment. We can have those block sites. You take it away from news, you take it to specific apps and categories of apps where there is no contextuality which will affect that particular brand or its safety. That is something which we do. So in effect, I think in-app any day is much better environment than what you would find on the web or probably on mWeb. And we have all the different methods that I've already laid out to make sure that brand safety is adhered to.
So Jayesh, you deal with the maximum publishers in the in-app ecosystem. So in terms of collating all that, so what's their reaction to this changing universe of this cookie-less world and the ID-less world? What are their reactions? Are they receptive to it? Or do you see any kind of a resistance from their side?
See, there's no point in resisting. This is something which is bound to happen. If Google does it, right? Because everybody is resting either on a iOS.
Is anyone saying I'm going to shut business and move off?
No chance. See, I can talk from the point of view of certain global context where IDFA has had its effect. Like, for example, there are certain publishers who have said, okay, I'm not going to collect this data. So Apple requires a pop-up box, a pop-up to be shown the moment the app is this thing, and the consumer to tick whether he's opting in or she's opting in or opting out. There are publishers who have very clearly called out that I'm only transacting with this data. I just want the user ID and this particular data from the consumer. I'm not going to be using, I am not showing any ads on that particular platform. Hence, I'm not even going about with the pop-up. I'm not even showing the pop-up. Now, if you look at it, the kind of impact, see, not in India, but outside, say in the Western world or probably in markets like Japan, ANZ, Singapore, the IDFA change was definitely seen as something which will disrupt the market. But honestly, if you ask me, it hasn't had that much of a disruption. In fact, there's been certain blips, but not like it is, catastrophe or, the cookies crumble completely like that. So, and in the context, and that's the evolved market, right? In the evolved market, obviously, there is a lot more privacy concern. Look at an India market, apart from the the SEC A1 or the the really top segment of category, segment of people. A lot of people not even bothered about it. In fact, their awareness levels on privacy of data is very low. So when it comes to the GID deprecation, or probably what you will see a similar kind of IDFA change that is going to happen in the Google Ad ID, I anticipate a lesser of an impact as compared to even IDFA. But then you never know how things change. So I will still be prepared. I really want to be prepared, and I will always urge my my partners, my advertising partners, to actually be working towards an area. And anyways, the one things that I mentioned earlier works in their favor. The collection of the first party PI data, the various things that you can do with it, because it is consented data, the various mix and matches that you can do, the kind of enrichment that you can do, the kind of personalization that you can do is out there for everyone to see. So why should you delay on that? Just because GID will impact or not impact shouldn't be the reason for going ahead with that, is or not going ahead with that, is my take on the whole thing.
Super. I think this was a super interesting panel conversation, and I believe audience must have really gotten a lot of insight from all you guys. Let's just round it up and hear it from all of you in about 30 seconds. What is so promising about the changing universe? Let's just start with Sachin, who benefits the most from this changing universe.
Yeah, so like Jayesh mentioned, you'll have to live with it. You can't do anything about it. What you can do is being prepared. Being more focused to
find opportunities like you've done.
Yeah, being prepared, being more focused on the first party data enrichment, and devising use cases. How can you utilize that first party data? Having said that, the biggest loser in a cookieless world would be Google, right? Because 80% of their revenue is dependent on ad sales, and the kind of options they provide to advertisers in market. This person is in market for loans. They collect all these information. So if they are not worried, why should we, right? On the other hand, as long as the programmatic is concerned and the safety is concerned, I think marketers will figure out a way to utilize their first party data better. Like you mentioned, that it's the beginning for firms like FMCG or consumer brands like Saurabh and Charu. More and more we'll focus towards our own first party consented based communication. It will be better for users, because today users might not be bothered, especially in tier 2, tier 3 cities, about privacy. But as time will move forward, they'll become more aware, about the harms of getting their data being misused. So, we should be prepared beforehand, and it will be better for consumers. So eventually it will be better for us also, because, your first party data is more engaged. They know you, they have encountered, they have basically used your product and services. So they have certain bit of trust in your brand. So it'll be easier to convert them than going after a new set of people.
So this change is basically pushing you to get you to know your customers better.
Yeah.
Charu, you want to go next?
Yes, so I completely echo what Sachin said right now, and as digital advertising faces a cookie-less future, as we are envisaging, I mean, I feel privacy laws need to be respected by everybody joining the table, whether it is publishers, advertisers, brands, marketers, all of us. And even when third-party cookie becomes a thing of the past, a precise ad targeting with my first-party data definitely still stays relevant. And probably that is a way for me to understand my audience better, deliver ads that convert, have more ROI with whatever monies I'm spending. And whether brands decide to engage in transparent advertising that gives consumers the freedom, as I was talking earlier, uh, take their consent and then try and understand their interests and behavior, and let the consumers decide what content they are wanting to receive. I think that that consumer with a high degree of intent has the chances to convert. And while we drill down the first party data better with the demographic, geographic, psychographic parameters, we as brands will be able to do much smarter, high quality targeting to get the customer across the funnel. So I'm quite
All right, super. Saurav, you want to go next? Quick 30-second rapid fire.
Yeah. So I think as soon as the future with cookieless will come, we all marketers know about it. Maybe in 2 years or 3 years, but for sure it's going to be tough job for all the marketers, right? So target to the audiences, and we need to be prepared with the first party or the second party data. I think as Charu rightly put it in, privacy forceful advertisements is going to be again eliminated in near future. So contextual thought communications were very prominent to get engaged with the consumer. Third, yes, you rightly put it in, unless or until you do not have first party, second party in-app data, I think the future lies in there itself. So these are my summations in that time.
Super, Jesh.
Yeah, so I think I've said it all. Yeah, so see, the advantage is there is enough work going on in terms of unified IDs and ensuring that this transition is not going to be tough. In fact, we are in that space where we'll be able to help any of our partners to actually translate this data meaningfully, convert it into enriched data, ensuring that that data is going to be beneficial for them in terms of the right kind of targeting in the event of a GID or a ad ID not being present as well. So that is I think we are currently working with multiple partners, in fact, in terms of taking this projects for them, who have started building their data, their first party PI data. How can we add to it? How can we enrich that data, and ensuring that our audience intelligence platform can be used for them to target the right kind of places and right kind of targets that they want to get to. So that's about it. I think it is bound to come. Just be prepared. There will always be a solution. The industry has evolved. It will continue evolving. There will be new solutions which will come up. I don't think we should be worried. We just need to be prepared.
All right. Thank you so much, guys, for this insightful panel conversation. Thanks so much, audience. Thanks, e4m-Xaxis and e4m for evangelizing this space. And have a great conference.
Thanks.
And see you all. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Take care. Bye. See you.
Oh my God. Am I visible? Well, that was quite an interesting session, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a great time. This was our post-lunch session, and yet so lively. And thank you for making it so interesting. We thank all our panelists. Well, ladies and gentlemen, taking this session ahead today, we go ahead to a spotlight session. And here we have, well, before we begin, let's acknowledge our partners, ladies and gentlemen, are co-powered by partners in Mobi, driving real connections. Magnite, we are Magnite, the world's largest independent sell-side advertising platform. Double Verify is the leading software platform for digital media, measurement and analytics. Co-Gold partner, Flipkart Ads. Associate partners, Lemma, pioneers in true programmatic DOE technology. And Vertos, Martech and AdTech Global Business Group. Well, let's take a look at the AV now.
Technology has always shaped how we communicate with one another. The wheel, the printing press, the Pony Express, the telegraph, the telephone, the computer, and mobile devices. Technology changes, yet one truth remains. We want our communications and interactions to be meaningful and have relevance. Today, however, driving real connections are easier said than done. But we help brands do that, to drive real connections. With our platform technology and exclusive mobile data, InMobi helps you understand, identify, engage, and acquire your customers. InMobi, driving real connections.
All right, we thank our sponsors. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the spotlight session. So let's welcome Nachiket Devle, Head of Sales, Double Verify, and Dimpy Yadav, General Manager, Xaxis, India.
Thank you, Preeti. I'm nice to be here. It feels great to be here again.
Thank you, Preeti.
Welcome, welcome. Let's go ahead.
All right. Thank you so much, everyone. We know it's busy time of the year. Everybody's eager to close the year and then move forward with the personal, perhaps vacations with family, and then set up 2022. But yeah, we'll make sure that next 15 minutes are valuable to you for your 2022 strategies when it comes to programmatic. And thank you so much, Dimpy, for agreeing to be a part of this spotlight session.
Thanks, Nachiket, just likewise. And yeah, I think in the interest of time, we can just start with the most awaited topic. Yeah.
Yeah. So first of all, Dimpy, let me start by congratulating you for 10 years of Xaxis in India. And thank you so much again for evangelizing programmatic space in India and driving it full force. We all have seen how media and programmatic has evolved over the last few years, right? And it continues to change rapidly, right? In fact, which talks about tighter privacy controls, which the earlier panel also was talking about, to the deprecation of third-party cookies. We believe that 2022 will see more urgency and innovation from the industry, right? Essentially to find out alternative privacy-friendly solutions. How are your clients, preparing for post-cookie world, or how does it impact your approach towards measurement for your clients?
Right. So Nachiket, I would say that, see, industry right now is actually going through another Y2K moment, especially with Google's announcement of phasing out third-party cookies by 2023. Okay, and that's how even our advertisers are looking at it. So clearly, yes, there are a lot of big questions, a lot of uncertainty too. But at the same time, we need to understand that this little impact is actually also being called as cookie apocalypse, right? Which is nothing less than any other apocalypse too. So, and it is there to completely disrupt the fundamentals of online ecosystem for the marketeers, our clients and media owners. But yet at the same time, I think there's also a time where we all need to understand that this is not an impact only on an advertiser, right? It's an industry-led impact, which means that the changes are going to be on both the sides, which is the demand side of the world and even the supply side of the world. So we are looking at a lot many actions being taken by media owners also. And I think Google also was the one to start with the same. The way we know about Privacy Sandbox, which is again a Google solution too, trying to help our clients navigate their ways. Or we can just talk about, federated learning of cohorts, flock. So another, it's like, again, a different targeting matrix, but it's helping our clients navigate through it in a very easy manner. So it's just that you're building an anonymized group of various principles versus a targeted individual kind of a strategy. But clearly that does not mean that, advertisers are literally handcuffed, that there is basically a lot of disruption that's there, but not limitation is what and how I'll call it. So yes, right now is the time when everybody is pushed into again a field which is more about again testing, learning, and then relearning. But it's always great because till the time you don't really challenge your existing ways of working, you don't evolve. So if you really need to evolve from stage 1 to stage 2, you have to go through disruption, and that is only just going to help all of us. So we do see questions, but I think then that's our job, being experienced people there to guide our clients also, to guide our partners too, in terms of building a very strong and robust strategies which are different now, which are basically more adjusting towards the new future. But yes, I think advertisers feel it, that it's very much in control. They might face some limitation, but they know that they'll be able to create furthermore better customer engagement models.
Absolutely, totally agree with you. Right, it's more of the last minute panic, I would say, or a confusion rather, with so many options available in front of advertisers, and perhaps we as an industry needs to understand the objectives of the clients and then align our strategies accordingly. With that, what comes to my mind is we're talking a lot about first party data, or we're talking about CDPs and so on and so forth, which can be really cumbersome when it comes to executing, deploying for all second scale of clients, right? And perhaps we need to look at short-term, mid-term, and long-term solutions, which a client can be on a journey with the agency on and build their strategies, right? Now, keeping that in mind, right? We at DV, we've seen, how things have changed over the last couple of years after the Google's announcement, and we've really seen the demand of contextual advertising, right? Which is essentially taking care of all the privacy and cookie deprecation per se. And it's coming back very effectively into the space. It is a solution that has grown more sophisticated, especially by deploying technologies like semantic science and ontological expertise. So earlier the problem was, how do we classify the content, right? An apple can be an iPhone or a chemist or a fruit, right? So how to define which category that perhaps fits in. But with the latest technology now, you can literally understand the meaning of that content and piece of article. And hence, we ensure that the meaning is derived and the ads are run in the right content and the right context to reach the right audiences, right? So what are your thoughts on emergence of contextual targeting, right? And relevance of it, especially in the post-cookie world?
Right. So Nachiket, we also call it that as basically an impact analysis for MAP. MAP is marketeers, advertisers, and publishers, where we say that way forward for MAP is rise of new era of digital marketing, which is definitely more around first party data and basically then how content based targeting or how contextual targeting really helps you. But now the challenge here is because, when we talk about contextual targeting, it still takes entire industry back towards, addressing keyword based targeting. So there's a lot of difference when we talk about keyword based targeting versus contextual marketing in current scheme of scenarios. So there's this term called ontological solution, which we call current contextual targeting as ontological solution. So the only difference here is that, when you talk about a traditional keyword based targeting that relies more on scanning page content and then matching your content to keywords which are found basically. So how you really want to target. So for an example, an espresso would want to really, target users or who are reading such content around coffee or who are reading such content on how to make coffee. For example, same marketer would not like to be on that page, right? Where could be it's about, how coffee gives some health issues too. Example, which were some issues around targeting, which were some targeting challenges. But now when we talk about a cookieless environment, contextual has a totally different meaning. So now an ontological approach here is basically helping our clients in, addressing the challenge of keyword targeting, and it is taking it more towards the concepts. So basically how it really helps here is instead of having a concept of keyword, now ontologists are able to disambiguate entire ideas with multiple meanings, which is basically it's more AI, which is helping you target people basis their behaviors, their searches, their activities around coffee consumption and patterns. So which becomes more contextual now, not limiting to you to basically reading about coffee right now, but basis your previous searches, basis how you have been searching around it in a contextual form, but could be anywhere else right now too. And it makes more sense because then it's not about, a page that carries a lot of context around coffee, but it's around basically a user who carries a lot of search behaviors around coffee. So that becomes basically a totally new concept for our clients, which will really help us navigate the way. So as I told you about Flock, which is another group-based targeting. Similarly, contextual, though is the term, but this is the time when we need to address more of learnings here. That contextual now does not mean a traditional keyword targeting, but it means more of ontological solution, where basis the keyword searches, basis the actions, users are being defined. It's not about the placements anymore, but the consumer behavior around keywords.
Absolutely, and in fact, going a step beyond that, what I mean, at DB, what we've done is we've literally segmented the audiences basis market readiness, right? So there are audiences who are, for example, a car buyer, right? A car buyer can be an explorer at the beginning, or somebody who is actively looking into buying the car, or he's ready for purchase, right? Yeah. So now you have these audience segments where you can target basis their purchase journey contextually, keeping all the privacy in mind and no dragging the cookies.
Yeah, and Ajit, I would also say that I think this goes to DB because DB has really taken this first step, by offering a custom contextual categories, which can actually be now used either alone or actually in conjunction with other segments or other targeting parameters that you really want to go for. So that really helps our advertisers to increase the reach and relevance of their campaigns. And also just to add on to it, because as I'm talking about the fact that it's not a traditional keyword targeting, but a very ontological solution, it also means that at the back end, you can just say that it's a semantic science, which is basically leveraging ontology as a mechanism, applying machine learning on top of it to drive very accurate content classification. I think this is the right way to put it, where it's not just a keyword based targeting, but a way where how contextually you're classifying your content, and you're able to target people then who are putting their focus or shift towards that content consumption. So it's basically to do with the relevancy of the content of the segment that can be built to make a lot of inferences about the users, the consumers, and the readers. So that ways, this clearly is the ray of hope, and not even just the ray of hope, but the fact because DV has taken the step, other markets also it's up and running very fine. India also many tests are being happening. So I think it's going to be smooth and very streamlined transition even for our advertisers to really move on to it.
Absolutely, absolutely. And we've seen some tremendous success with this, not just in terms of boosting CTRs, which is a vanity metrics, but we have actually seen change in purchase intent and actually driving more convergence. So yeah, the technology is kind of shaping up pretty well for us. Thank you, Nippy, on that. Now that was about contextual, right? Now, historically, we have seen how programmatic has been used mostly on the bottom funnel of the marketing, but slowly and gradually it's changing, right? A lot of branding budgets are also getting parked on programmatic because of the technology that it offers. But when it comes to measurement, right? It's so at DV, what we realized and the demand from our clients was what else we can measure, right? How can we go beyond the vanity matrices and measure the real impact of the ad and the attention of the customers? So we launched something called as authentic attention, where we literally measure the engagement, exposure, and some 50 plus parameters on the creative engagement front that you can measure, right? Now with that, which we call it as attention economy, right? So have you seen that coming into the shape in your client conversations, and how do you see that shaping up the new ways of measuring the campaign effectiveness?
So Nachiket, it's similar, but I would say that when it comes to advertiser side of the world, it needs to be more simplified, because as you know that recent 1 year, a lot many changes happened, which yes, clearly is very complex for our advertisers to sink in. And I do feel for them. So I feel that when we're talking about our advertisers, measurement has taken a different route. It has been more evolved than ever. The conversations are not just on CTRs or just on viewabilities, but move beyond, like data-driven attributions, or how first party is adding a more constructive conversions for me. So I would really break this into just 3 pillars, not more, which is today our advertisers are focusing much more on any kind of performance being driven using the first party data. They have changed their metric from, I'll say, a bounce rate or a time spent on a website to a more qualitative metric, which is, maybe a unique user time spent on a website, where it's basically 2-3 actions being plugged in together. And then you look at the relevance. So as you know that even when Google launched then another solution, which was a former solution exclusively to Group Bridge, where how do you use your first party data even on a landscape of YouTube and see how it impacts. So clearly YouTube being the top funnel belongs to create more of branding opportunities, but at the same time then how first party data helps you get better and I'll say richer insights out of it. So it's more of a quality to do rather than a quantity metric there, which is then it's really helping. But if you don't have a proper, I'll say, measurement stack to really count it back, you can't even progress your journey. So that's where we could see DV and then DCM, these tools really helping up and kind of stretching that entire integration for our clients too. Similarly, when we talk about again unifications, which is how unified view of a consumers is really that's one of another topic and a pain area for most of the advertisers. So unified view of customer is something that they're really focusing on, especially now in a cookie-less world that's going to happen. When we're talking about overhauling data management techniques, when talking about partnering with other brands to share customer data in an anonymized manner, or while we just talked about adding contextual advertising, definitely clients are more than keen to move towards a measurement metric which was evolved, which talks about quality, not just quantity, which really helps them stitch entire journey end to end in a very 360-degree manner. So we would also say that the process of standardizing the new era of digital marketing has already been initiated. Definitely.
That's an interesting point. Process of standardizing the measurement. Yeah. That makes more sense. And unifying I think the data points is really critical. But yeah, I think it's an industry challenge that we all are facing for a long period of time, and hopefully there will be a solution soon. In the interest of time, maybe a last question, Dimpy. What would be your main measurement focus next year or maybe next couple of years that you're looking at?
Yeah. So Nachiket, so personally and also professionally, I feel that, every model has to be a very value-driven model, right? Be it to talk about a measurement stack, be it to talk about a tool or a measurement strategy, it has to drive value. So I think it's time that we need to outline this a new age of the measurement too, when we need to define it basis the channels that we have, and especially when we know that the map here, which is marketers, advertisers, and publishers, all are focusing on building capabilities for cookieless world. But I think this is a time when we need to learn from our past that building capabilities shall not be restricted to building targeting options, right? It should be building towards creating and crafting a stack, which is end-to-end stack, which helps you in definitely collecting audiences, activating them, activating your campaigns on the latest technology, but also defining a proper measurement stack, which helps you understand why certain data sets were working for you, why certain channel was working for you. And as we know that right now we have entire marketing suite available in the industry. You talk about data activation, you talk about data collection, or you talk about measurement, creative concepts, etc. So I think it's the time where measurement needs to be factored in during the creation of the stack, not after the deployment of it. So I would say that for me, it has to be just a value-driven model. So when you're planning entire tech stack for you, you need to look at it that as a brand, what is the objective for you? Are you focused on conversions? Could be e-commerce brand, or are you focused more on reach, more on branding-based campaigns? Could be FMCG model, but then what exactly is that you're trying to achieve from your campaigns, and then how measurement stack really adds value to it. And then pick and choose which measurement stack or which metric needs to be activated for you. Could be for some brand, GA makes the most sense, but for some they say that we need to activate ADH, or then what kind of TV capabilities can you use? So I think it's just, so in one word, I'll just sum it up as value-driven model. So define your measurement basis, the values that it can drive for you.
Absolutely, bingo. A lovely point to end the session with. Thank you so much, Dimpy, and thank you e4m-Xaxis for putting this together. Wishing you all the best.
Thank you so much. Same here.
Thank you, Nachiket. Thank you, Dimpy, for a wonderful session. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for a chat room session about creating meaningful marketing campaigns. How should brands bring together creative optimization and data and ensure ways to connect their audiences effectively and in hyper-personalized approach? Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Karthik Nagarajan, Chief Content Officer, Wavemaker, Head Branded Content, Group M. Hello, Karthik.
Can you hear me or see me?
Yes, very warm welcome.
Excellent. Hi.
We also have with us Arjun Ravi Koladi, Head of Sales, India, Spotify.
Hi guys, good evening. Hey Karthik.
Hi, warm welcome. Subhranshu Singh, Vice President, Marketing, Domestic and International Business, Tata Motors.
Hi guys. Hi Arjun. Hello Karthik.
Hi.
With that, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our chat room session.
Right. So I guess Arjun, Karthik, we are all on our own now. So why don't we just inform those who are listening to us this afternoon on what it is that they've asked us to discuss?
Why don't I play the role which I normally play in my podcasts and actually sort of host this discussion, I guess.
Go ahead, be my guest.
But that's an easy way to then duck all the questions, Karthik. So
oh man, you found that.
We'll try and loop you back in.
But I love the premise of the session, right? Like how do we create meaningful sort of work? Maybe start off with talking about how we define meaningful? You wanna, Arjun, start with that?
I think, as obviously I'm not a marketer, I'm on the other side of the table. So usually when I talk to customers about meaningful, it always comes down to what the ultimate objective of what they want to accomplish is and how it's measured, right? But very difficult to put metrics around creativity or innovation or clutter making as art. So I think there are two layers of what meaningful means. One is meaningful from a business sense, which is moving the metrics that we wanted to move. I think the other is meaningful more from how are you moving the overall narrative forward? How are you moving the market ahead? How are you reinventing things that you've been doing a certain way over time? And it's great to see both of those happening at scale these days a lot.
Shivranshu, what's your take? What do you make of a meaningful marketing?
I think at least where the organizers are concerned, they're not in any doubt. They're saying, how do you marry data and creativity? And they're looking at it from the programmatic lens. But to me, I mean, as being on the advertiser side of the table as a marketer, I would say meaningful is what gets the job done. And that job is to strengthen the brand, strengthen the associations, and eventually land you in a position where you're growing tough. Now, whether that is share, number of folks reached, number of folks engaged with, and eventually, we live in a commercial world. So, move the business forward. And that's what I mean by meaningful. It depends a great deal on what kind of category you're in, what kind of brand you are, obviously, and what stage of evolution you're at. But as we progress this discussion, I'll let you know how I see. I mean, I see it in fairly half and half ways. I mean, the world of branding, the world of channels and how the message reaches the eventual prospects. I see it basically divided into one or two distinct camps. It's not like it's a fine spectrum of hundreds of permutations. And so, meaningful for me, to answer your question, is anything that gets the job done. Anything that makes us famous, persuasive, and moves the needle on the business. That's what meaningful is.
And I think there is I think some things have changed, right? And I feel, if you were to just look at meaningful the way you defined it, Shivranshu, I think getting the job done the way you said it today is to making sure that the brand's promise is delivered at the same time to the right audience as well. Right, which I think philosophically what programmatic is about, isn't it?
That's right.
And I think for me, I think we've been in this journey for a fairly long time. But I think what we're able to achieve today, I think in the last 3-4 years, is significantly improved. Right, I think today, I lead a content outfit, and intuitively everybody will think that there are all of these creators in this organization, right? But about 20-25% of my team is all analysts, right? They understand data, and many of them come from the media planning world, so they understand how to land a particular creative and how to make sure that the right audience cohort is reached and all of that, right? So I feel some of the work that we've done probably in the last 2 years. It's very difficult to take the creative out of the idea or the targeting out of the idea, isn't it? What do you think, Arjun?
Yeah, completely. I think over the last 10-15 years, it's been crazy to see how the conversations have changed with it not just being about the idea at all. I mean, not alone. But with the explosion in the number of platforms and capabilities evolving almost every few days in terms of what is now possible, the intent to be data-driven, the intent to marry so-called the ideal world of data, insight, story, all of it together is of course never been more. How successful people are at doing that, and whether once it's done, do you still measure what you're set out to do is probably a question. I think many people, the intention is there, but the outcomes usually are not. But at least the directionality wise, it's good to see that data targeting, insight, all of that is a big part of the conversation, as opposed to just having a gut feeling that, okay, this is the way that things should go and we'll do it. So I think that's great. And actually, just on an added topic, I wanted to ask Shubhranshu a follow up on his point earlier. I was seeing the LinkedIn post that you made yesterday about trust fundamentally, right? And how trust makes the difference between noise and credibility. So I was wondering if that also plays a role in how we think of sort of meaningful experiences, so to say.
Yeah, on the reference to my post yesterday, certainly I think trust is a frayed commodity right now, because the more number of voices speaking with confidence, the more bewildered the eventual intending to be consumer becomes, right? It's natural. If you were out to invest in the share market and you had only one friend who you thought knew anything about it, you would get ratification and you would confidently go out and do whatever you needed to do, whatever the outcome. But if you are in a group where there are 300 very acknowledged top share market operators, you will be confused as hell. So that's something that's happening, and therefore there is a greater need for validation and for curation of just advisory information as well. So trust is precariously placed. But coming to what Karthik was saying, in part answering what you see, I'm all for media science, and I began life in the marketing world in 1999, and I therefore before the turn of the millennium. And I can tell you that in the period of time, I've seen quite clearly that we are plagued by over measurement, and we are very often measuring things which are right in front of our nose. And because we now have the tools to measure in real time, it's like a measurement bonanza happening. So everybody's measuring everything and then not being able to lift up and make sense of it. So what's happening therefore is there is very often confusion between brand health metrics and media KPIs. That's the easiest thing to trip over and think that so awareness, consideration, reach, content quality, all of these are getting into sort of a khichdi mode at one level. But just to segue into the next part of our discussion, to my mind, and I'm trying to keep it as simple as possible, when you're trying to position a brand, when you're going out to market and gaining share, you're trying to do two things. You're being famous and you're being persuasive. I think this whole data science, and I'm all for it, helps you to make it predictive quality better, helps you to segment better, helps you to reach out to those people better, and therefore be more logically relevant, more engaging. So you are, in a sense, leaning into the area of persuasion. But the singularity of the idea, the need to be famous, and I would any day as a brand owner be famous first, then to be persuasive, right? And I think that's not the part that is being tackled well enough. So I'm all for data science, but you can't go so deep into it as to never emerge back into the real world. So that, and I would pass it to Karthik and say, when clients give you briefs, when you are working on content, how do you reconcile this forever on tussle between I can measure everything, and because I'm measuring everything, I'm getting informed of nothing, and do something about it,
Right.
How does that contradiction play out?
No, I just absolutely love the way you simplified it. And of course, let me candidly put it out there that the only party which gets hurt the most is the entire measurement piece is the agency partners, right?
That I agree.
But jokes aside, I think the way I sort of digest what you said, Shubhranshu, and I think was very, very sharp, is that data can take you to a point where you can't get it entirely wrong. And then after that, it is a leap of faith, isn't it? And that leap of faith is in that idea, I guess, is the fame component that you're talking about, right? And I think, today, to answer your question, when we get a brief today, when we start working on it, I think the one thing that has changed probably in the last 3-4 years is, it's not just for people just jamming on, hey, it'll be nice if we did this idea and all of that. Like there seems to be now a fairly well-oiled engine, which goes into the cultural insights of what we're trying to tackle. right? If you're going, let's say, a brand which is trying to get into music, right, to at least understand the lay of the land, right? What is the subculture of music? Who are the players? What is the gap here? Similarly, even if you want to go to the other extreme of this and then say that, hey, listen, we want to try and reach homemakers in the Hindi-speaking belt, like to get some sort of a base level understanding of it. And I think that is a great thing. And to me, I think that just eliminates the process of getting it absolutely wrong, right? And then beyond that, the creativity kicks in. And honestly speaking, after a point in that journey, then the role of data is just to justify creativity, right? More than anything else.
Yeah.
And on the point on music, I think I can give an example just to make it real. So, previously when brand owners or brand marketers would think about music or musicians or creating something, what would eventually end up happening is that the artist they pick or the genre that they go after is driven by the preference of the people making that decision, right? Which is, I am a classic rock guy, so let's just pick a rock band, or I love hip hop, so we'll get a hip hopper to do this, right? Whereas now with platforms that can actually give you deeper data about, in your target audience, who's listening to what, how does that vary over time, or geography, etc. We're actually arming the people to make better decisions right upstream at the point at which you are going to make that call as who is the artist I should work with, is 1 or 4 or 5 or 10, right? And then from there, if you get that right, like you said, Karthik, everything else sort of should ideally, you should also get right. So interesting that you brought up music. I just thought I'll drop a real world example in there for how.
Now that you mentioned it, I actually have a question for you, Arjun, which is, in all of these years of looking at, user data on music, etc. Tell us one big insight of the Indian music market which completely surprised you.
Well,
beyond the opposite of intuitively what you would have guessed.
Yeah, sure. I'll put it in two ways, right? One, think about something like Wrapped, right, which just came out now, and how much consumer sentiment and intent it drives, right? Even before Wrapped comes out, even before we start thinking about Wrapped, there are people on social media saying, "Oh my God, Spotify Wrapped is going to come out, and I wonder what will happen." There are people sharing it intuitively. But if you think about it, it's really about doing data, creativity, personalization at scale in many ways, right? And so if you're able to do that for 400 million people uniquely, that actually is a massive exercise. I think, so picking it up from there in terms of insight for us, I think, let's see. Do you have a guess about amongst the top languages that people listen to music in India? There is one language that is not Indian. Any guesses which one it is? I would say in the top, I don't want to make it too data-heavy. Let's say in the top 10 languages that people listen to music in India, one of those languages is not Indian.
That's amazing. Huh? I'm tempted to say Korean.
Yeah, it is Korean.
Wow. I wouldn't have imagined it's in the top 10 sort of a thing.
Yeah, it is actually higher than the top 10.
Wow.
It is. So like 2 years ago, if somebody had told me this, I would not have believed them. Right. So we've seen the wave of K-pop sort of, be everywhere. McDonald's bringing out a BTS meal. Right. So I think there are so many interesting ways in which brands and culture are intersecting. And like I always like to say, it's usually consumers lead, and it is the brand's responsibility to sort of figure out where they're going and tag along for that journey. And in very rare cases, the brand is able to create that before it actually happens. But yeah, I thought that was one interesting thing. The second one from last year, I don't know the latest one, is for some reason, the highest listenership for fitness playlist was happening in Goa, which is something that I would not have.
that to my mind is not entirely surprising.
Okay.
There are two areas which I guess, if time permits, we should further go into, which is, how will, there is, in terms of measurement readiness. So let's say fitness, to be able to marry data and creativity, there is a bit of an early mover advantage still on, right? There is a land grab. People moved early. They were equipped better. They had somebody who had better vision. They had better partners and so on and so forth. after a while, it's all in sunlight, right? So everybody is basically racing to the same finishing line, and if it's a matter of time before everybody equalizes in terms of at least the bare infrastructure or the ability to do it. And after that, we are back to how life used to be before it all began, which is about the idea, the storytelling, the story doing, and so on. Now, as I see it in this period, till it crystallizes into that new reality, there are two types of categories, brands, early stage or late stage, right? One in which the brand is trying to reach out with a persuasive message, trying to reach prospects. So there is advertising going out looking for buyers. And there are other categories, other brands which are more iconic, other categories which are more, in a sense, uptrending, where potential buyers are going out looking for category information or brand information. So traditionally, efficiency, tooling up for being more persuasive, etc., was in the first bracket, which is here you are as a brand, you need to find buyers. There's a long tail of them. There are the most valuable ones. Make sure you cover both the bases, go out, be loud, proclaim your virtues. Hopefully people will convert. And now there are those who are saying, you know what, I want that particular type of sneaker. I want to buy that particular type of jacket or that brand of cosmetic. Where can I get it? What's the recommendation on it? What's the rating on it? And so on. These are very different meters, but at some point in time, the world will become one. So in your estimation, as publisher, as agency, how do you think it will play out?
I think it's also a very category thing, right? Like I feel in a way, I see these two pieces not as independent points, but probably as almost like a cycle, isn't it? Where if you sort of build the brand, of course, when I say that it's much easier to do it, say, probably in a different category, and it's very difficult to probably do it in FMCG. But you sort of build the brand to a certain iconic status, then sort of, the people who are looking for it, people who have already primed to the choice, sort of, almost like a pull effect sort of happens, I guess that's the cycle I'm talking about, right? Arjun, what do you feel? And then after that, I have a question for Subhranshu on this.
Yeah, I think I completely agree on how the idea is ultimately still the king in many ways, right? That irrespective of how you look at it. In terms of the push versus pull, as you want to call it, or let's say sort of evolving consumer decision processes, right? In some way. What we see is there are two sort of factors. One is age plays a big factor, which is if we look at, because now everybody has access to the whole universe of information, right? So the cultural influences that you as a young person have need not be as defined by the way they were when it was 5 years earlier, right? You have access to all the latest sort of cultural influences from around the world. So the younger the people or the consumers, the more specific, varied, and diverse their choices tend to be, because they are not necessarily worried about what is available in my market. They want the style that somebody in South Africa or Korea or something they saw on Netflix or on a Discord channel or whatever it may be. So I think there is that variance where the younger it is, the more diverse probably it is, and as it gets older, you sort of crystallize into your taste patterns and so on. So I think that is one. I think the second is also just the creation. So for example, I kind of disagree with Karthik on FMCG, right? If I think about my own fashion and FMCG purchases over the last, and I'm obviously there's confirmation bias at place, but if I think about my own purchases, all my FMCG purchases have been from D2C new brands, not from traditional brands that have been market leaders, right? From my toothbrush to a shampoo, because maybe somewhere they are able to find a niche specifically and address it in ways that brands traditionally have not been able to. So whether it is my sneakers made out of recycled plastic bottles, or a shampoo company that will come and refill my shampoo bottles because they figured out that I care about the environment or whatever it is, right? So, and in a market like India, that number can be massive, right? So any niche can be pretty big. So I actually think there are many categories where this can happen. I think it's up to the brands to sort of create that demand based on how they understand the consumer preferences. And amongst the younger audiences, you have a more, I would say, world similarity as opposed to sort of local influences coming in. And that's what we see with K-pop, with NFTs, all of that stuff.
Just taking off from what you said, right, about the younger demographic and the niches, I had a question for Sudhanshu. Sudhanshu, you've led some of the most iconic brands, right? Many iconic brands in this country. And, my question to you is, when you work with brands like that, right, whether Tata Motors or Royal Enfield, etc., how has things changed today? In the sense, if you were to look at the mainline advertising versus inspiring the audience from a content perspective, from an experience perspective, has the balance sort of tilted in the last few years?
I would have to say grudgingly, I think that yes, it has, in the sense that I think the business of peer-to-peer, forming an essential part of what eventually becomes a brand's halo. I mean, it has to be ratified by many more people. When I began life, as a part of my management training program, I was at Lintas, and I was sent to a studio in Mahalakshmi where they were physically cutting film. And then I sat at Fulcrum and we made a scheduling sheet for what edit length do you need, and so you're literally doing rolled film, right? And now it happens. Everything happens at warp speed. So I think the one major change has been, as I called it once, a rate card era moving to a wild card era, right? And I think we are going back to some sort of a rate card era. Earlier, it was easy to be a marketer. You had a proposition, you made a cute ad, you went to somebody who owned a platform which had appointment audiences, or you bought space, and that's it. You'll reach the people. And the wildcard era came about when, firstly, there are many lurking in your blind spot who will be as effective as you in communicating for cheaper. And then they will be liked better, even though they're not spending as much. So both things were happening. Now, from an iconic brand standpoint, I think it's not a question of this or that. You in the first place, you were buying a platform, you were buying a stage, you were buying the spotlight, you were being able to show your wares, in a manner of speaking. And in the later part, what's happening is you're buying the persona, and you're doing nakebandi in the digital space, and you're comparing, right? So you're going anywhere.com and catching Arjun and landing that message. So from inviting everybody to a watering hole and then displaying what you got, you're basically finding them here, there, everywhere, provided you know who you're looking for. Now, obviously, it's tougher to do the latter. And therefore, this whole, business of MarTech and, programmatic tools and, how do you tool it up? And we've got it all out of a box, and we'll set it up for you. A huge sort of long tail of businesses and vendors and partners and consultants came about to be. The earlier world, I think, was more insular, more single window, relatively easy to get onto, relatively difficult to make a dent in. The latter one is much more fragmented, looser, but then there is a T20fication. When it hits it out of the park, it really hits it out of the park, and it can be really fast. So, when in 99, when I began as an assistant in Vim in Hindustan Lever, there was no Gangnam Style happening. You know what I mean? It's not like overnight something would become up and away. So things were more predictable. And I think that's the major change. I think, but for a long time in a country.
Is it me or?
I think
in the new part, in the programmatic. World, because there's more energy, there's more happening there.
Right, great. I'm not sure if my connection is a little unstable or.
No, I think we're good. It was just a little patchy in between. Right. And I just want to say I love hearing Shubhranshu speak, because every time the sentence has, T20fication is something that I've never done.
No, what I mean by T20fication is, you see it in any walk of life, in cinema, in sport for that matter. Once you were minted in the earlier world, once you had been anointed, once you were minted, once you were in the gallery, you stayed there for a hell of a long time, and it took a lot to wear the shine off. Today, you get there real fast and you fall off real fast as well. While you're there, you'll probably make a hell of a lot of money and do very well, So I think that's what I call T20fication. It's everything.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I think the way I'm and I made a mental note of the word. I want to use it somewhere else, but I think it's today the entry barrier to Spotlight has come down drastically, because there are so many platforms, right?
Exactly.
I can be immensely popular in a platform and you might not even know about it, right? Whether it is gaming or whether it is short form video and all of these, right?
That's right.
So that I think that's probably also, I guess, why to know that something like that is going down somewhere, you need a whole lot of data lens to the whole thing, isn't it?
As a in a manner of speaking, as a client, let me ask you a question, both of you, which puzzles me a lot. Is the more there is a surfeit of data, and I think Karthik was mentioning earlier, the data can be used also to explain your venture, right? Like a trial advocate, you only present the data which answers the question which you had been asked for an answer for. When we say personalization, when we say segment of one, I find very often a keenness to get confused between causality and association. What is associative and what is causal? It's so easy to get lost in that jungle. Am I seeing more promoted tweets of a particular thing because I am more of a category adorer, or am I seeing this because I am entering the category, I am getting to see more of this? I mean, the direction on that could make a world of difference, and it could mean millions of dollars in terms of campaigns. What is your take on that?
I can go first. I think it's a great point and something that I also sort of like to call out, which is just because, all of this data exists doesn't mean that you have to use every last bit of data that you have available. And even when you have it available, unless you use it well, it's just data, right? It's not going to really fulfill what it will. So to your point around 1:1 or, hyper personalization, I think many times what happens is that you see, people see a shiny new toy. It feels like super attractive. You want objectives that I want to. So I think because tools exist or because specific tactics exist, my advice always to customers who want to do, super highly segmented stuff is, unless you have a very, very specific message that makes sense to that customer at that point in time, biosegmentation, don't do it just because it exists, right? Mm-hmm. And we try to get to a more simpler and a more easier to implement while still working point of view than saying, find me that one person somewhere who will, because that one person is not going to make a big difference to your business anyway, right?
That's right.
So I think that's my sort of top level thought. Karthik, I don't know if...
I think that you sort of nailed it. Very little to incrementally add to it. But I think, I guess, the one learning I've had is also that, data points could be different, right? And there are so many sources, and it's very, very easy to go down the rabbit hole and completely get lost. But I feel that at a trend level, today, thankfully, you'll know there is a certain amount of uniformity and you can know where to stop, right? At least that's the way we are using data at this point, right? It's like you have 2-3 sources of the same thing, and after a point you sort of get the trend level data. And that's what I tell, for example, people who use social listening, right? Social listening is a very interesting tool. It's a natural language processing based sort of a thing, but the moment you go lost into it in terms of, hey, this is 5% more positive, this is 6.5% more positive, then you're splitting hair.
Yeah.
But to get the larger picture, I think it's of tremendous use.
Yeah.
Yeah, and on the internet, you'll always find something that confirms your assumptions, right? So if you have an incoming point of view and preset notion, you'll find 10 arguments for it. You'll find 10 arguments against it. So I think the people factor of it and that gut and the point that you made, Shubhranshu, of the idea still being the winner at the end is extremely important. Data can't solve that.
Yeah. Listen, let me point to one final direction. I think we are about 10 minutes from closing. Is what we were discussing earlier about how many more ways in which you can reach the consumer. One other consequence of that is how, and this is for Karthik first, is how content also is multiplying in myriad ways, right? I mean, I remember, I don't know why I'm sounding like a grandfather, but a point I'm making is earlier, the gatekeeper mentality was very active in campaign development. Once it had been signed off, you couldn't touch it, you couldn't change it. It would go exactly that way. We'd hear things like the tapes have been delivered. It was as if the man was landing on the moon, and it would run exactly that way. Today, if it's successful, it will be brutally commented upon. It will be spoofed. It'll go from person to person, and so it is truly viral in the sense it will be incubated person to person, and it'll change as it goes along, and it'll probably be battered as it goes through that transmission. But people don't mind because every day there is new content. Every day there are 5 tweets. Every day there are 3 posts and so on. What that does is, I can no longer, rely totally on saying, you remember when I made Mocha in 2015, everybody like, yeah, Mocha. Because today everything is always on. So there is no, there are no episodic campaigns like that, which are sort of, in a sense, promoted into memory and stay there for a long time, right? I was reading a list of deemed to be most effective campaigns, and one of them was Bajaj Electricals. Was it? Yeah. जब मैं छोटा बच्चा था बड़ी शरारत करता था मेरी चोरी पकड़ी जाती रोशन होता बजाज. And it was, it was fairly plain vanilla ad, but because it ran for so long, for so many years, it's just burnt into, at least my generation's collective memory. So, Karthik, with this programmatic promoting the concept of reaching each one, reaching many cohorts, need to have a always on kitchen, is enshrined, memorable, campaign style creativity, is that going to be a casualty? Is that gone?
I think short answer is no, but long answer is I understand what you mean, and I'll actually agree with you with the data point. This is I think 2012 or something like that, when this whole why this Colaveri sort of became a big deal, right?
That's right.
So I was actually looking up a couple of months back the deck that I had made at that point, right, to tell my clients as to what's going on in social media, what a Twitter trend looks like, etc. And that time we had deduced something like a Twitter trend can be alive and kicking for about 2 weeks, right? And if I compare that to what is happening today, right, maybe somewhere down the line it came down to like something that is very buzzworthy for about half a day, etc. Today, when we look at what is the life cycle of this, I guess this is also the social media equivalent of what a news cycle is, right? That, in my opinion, is probably we're doing 3 to 4 hours at best on social media, right? Unless it is just one of those really politically charged events or a wonderful meme culture that is just creating endless fun. It is very difficult to go beyond, that cycle of about 4 or 5 hours where people are talking about it, right?
Yeah.
But I think that's where also, I was recently speaking to the guys who wrote, this is Devaya Bopana, who was one of the writers of the Cred ad. And he made an important point. And I think that's why I feel the answer is to your question, Suranju, is no, because he said that the reason the Cred ad sort of worked is because these were guys who were writing sketches, right, for AAV and stuff like that. So they were thinking YouTube, but creating TVC. Right? And I think that sort of thing really, really works because then, you know what is working in this news cycle and they're able to create something like that. Right?
Yeah, no, that's a very interesting point. In fact, a couple of years ago, my son, he's 13. He had no interest in what kind of work I did and didn't follow much of it at all. Even when I tried to show him ads and all, he wasn't really interested. And about 2 years ago, when I was at Royal Enfield, we were doing some content embedding with popular YouTubers, Jord Indian and this, that. And his eyes lit up like that. And he's like, oh, wow, you're doing work with them. I think I managed to raise myself in his esteem a little bit. So it's also relational, right? What we may call campaign, it's been done in a studio, is very different from kind of things that are getting churned out and getting appreciated. And I think, and therefore it's also incumbent upon marketers to be out there and live in the real world. One very famous advertising guru, I won't name him, told me that, advertising over a drink, he told me a few years ago that advertising became more plain vanilla tofu type in India because creative people got paid so much that they started going in fancy Audis and Mercs and all. They weren't traveling by train and by BEST buses in Bombay anymore. And so they weren't living with the people who they were selling to. And so, they were programming their wares in elevated areas. Wasn't relationally relevant to people. I'm not prescribing poverty at large, but I'm just saying that, that probably the meter will change on thing as well, because to my mind, in the old way of thinking, I used to think programmatic means smarter, smarter guessing, more educated guess, less risky guess. But as you correctly said, there's a whole new ecosystem which is developing around it. And even the niches are becoming substantially weightier in terms of price and what's on offer. So it is a different world for sure.
Yeah. Arjun, you were saying something.
No, I was just going to sort of add on to the point, Karthik, that you missed, that I was listening to a podcast and somebody said that, when we imagine that the entire world's information would actually be at your fingertips now with the internet revolution, but most people consume stuff that's been created in the last 3 days, right? So you have the access to the entire collective knowledge of the whole human civilization.
Yes.
But what you're really consuming is what came out day before yesterday, right? So, and I think that keeps going. And by the way, if the
great
people
observation.
if the people in cred are on this, I mean, the ads are great. I love it. But, I think all credit card holders have seen those ads multiple times now. So maybe a different approach would also help.
Great.
Yeah.
Listen, I think we are almost at the end of time. So maybe one sign-off line from all of us. Let me tell you, as a marketer, as a buyer of advertising space and programmatic advertising in an always-on mode, I think the future is. I'm very optimistic about the future, because I think when technology and innovation comes about, creativity also tends to become jumpier, brighter. It's like a trampoline effect. So I feel that things will be better, brighter in the future. I think this coming year onwards, once the world comes back to a sort of normal as it used to be, I think people will have this new digital way of life is here to stay. And I think therefore creativity will get injected into many, many more channels than before. And I think therefore a golden age is about to happen. I'm not at all pessimistic about the future. And I do believe that tech and data marry rather well with creativity. I'm not one of those who mourn the loss of creativity and so on. So I'd sign off on an optimistic note.
Great. And I think it's probably the only panel discussion in the last 90 days that has not used the word metaverse. So I think we can all be very, very proud about that. But I feed off, the optimism you spoke about, Shubhranshu, which I think is, I think, what the next 3 years sort of presents, to marketers with so much at our disposal, right? From a data programmatic perspective, from a creativity perspective, from a creator economy perspective, is just delicious. So can't wait.
Yeah, same here. Amen. Double up that.
All right.
Thanks for the conversation.
See you, Karthik.
Thanks.
For meta or for worse.
Yes.
Well, that was really interesting. And with your one-liners, right from the Gangnam Style to meta or worse, really interesting session. Thank you. Thanks a lot. I hope our viewers are having a great time. With that, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for a spotlight fireside chat on commerce, advertising, and programmatic with Sankalp Mehrotra, Vice President of Monetization, Flipkart, Neeta Nair, Associate Editor, Impact Magazine.
A very warm welcome to everyone who's watching. Now, programmatic advertising can be considered what quantum mechanics is for physics. Everybody talks about it, but very few understand it well. But we have a very special guest here with us who has a deep understanding of the domain. Now, he's going to tell us why programmatic advertising has become the be-all and end-all of the digital world and for brands, and why DSPs launched by e-commerce platforms have an edge over the others. Now, let me welcome Sankalp Mehrotra, VP Monetization of Flipkart. Hi, Sankalp.
Hey, Neeta. Great to be here. Thanks a lot for having me over.
Glad to have you. Now, Sankalp, India is one of the fastest growing programmatic advertising markets in the world. Now, earlier the challenge for its growth was that digital consumed a very small part of the ad pie. Now, but in the past 2 years, courtesy the pandemic, now we've seen it grown by leaps and bounds.
Yeah.
Now, I'd like to really know from you, how programmatic advertising as a discipline has used that tailwind to its advantage.
Got it. Great question, Neeta, and it'll be awesome to kick off the discussion with this, right? Let's talk about the overall digital market to begin with, right? There are multiple numbers that are there for the market, right? There are some estimates that put the market at about 19,000 crores, which is for 2021, right? 2022 is set to grow to about 24,000 odd crores, right? I think most of these numbers, though, vastly underestimate what the real market size is, right? From our data triangulations, I would stick my neck out and say in the last year, which is in 2021, the digital advertising market might have already breached 30,000 crores, right? There's a large part of the market. You have your SMEs and SMBs who are spending, right, which perhaps is not even getting captured.
Absolutely.
Amounts of money are going behind, let's say, a lot of perf ads with the downloads, etc., right, which might not even be getting captured. So if you think about digital as an overall opportunity, it is much larger than what is perhaps being reported. And in case the market is, let's say, 30 or 1,000, it will be north of 35 of the total AdX, right? So it's a very large opportunity at this point of time, and it's only set to grow, right? As internet penetration keeps on rising in the country, as more and more people start their online journeys through mobile, the share of digital spends is only going to increase, because as users move, the brands will too, right? So that's about the overall. Now, within digital, you have multiple segments, right? Typically, we try and break up the market as search, social, video, display, and there's this entire commerce advertising space, right? Which is getting, I would say there are multiple people who are actually playing in this domain. There's us, there's our competition, there's PhonePe, there's Paytm, there's Nykaa, there's Myntra, so many players who are coming up, right? So the entire commerce advertising space is also getting extremely active, and there is a huge amount of investment that is going behind this space too, right? Now, just going back to also what you had asked about programmatic, right? Now, the programmatic really is providing accuracy and efficiency at scale, right? The entire digital world is pivoting more and more towards performance. I'm not saying I fully agree to movement of migration, but it is pivoting more and more towards that. And there are sectors and there are verticals which are relying very heavily on programmatic already. You think of a vertical like gaming, you think about all consumer tech, you think about all tech, fintech, BFSI, auto, all of these categories are very, very big on programmatic already. And the reason is really quite simple, how do you reach the most relevant audience at scale, right? So I think this trend is only going to grow. The market is already moving in a direction where numbers are set to go. Programmatic makes immense sense for a lot of brands and categories, right? And you'll see more adoption happening on it in the coming years.
Like you mentioned, I think the investment is already huge and growing by the day, and for the right reasons. I mean, I think it's a big boon because apart from saving time on manual insertion, you can actually measure the campaign performance, real time, as opposed to waiting till the fag end of the campaign to figure out whether it was successful or not. So
Yeah.
that's a huge opportunity there.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you are an integral part of the programmatic advertising ecosystem today. In February, you launched a custom-built demand-side platform in partnership with MediaMan. Tell me, how was the reception from the market so far?
Yeah. See, I mean, again, I'll just take a step out, right? And talk about the thesis of us doing a DSP in the first place, right? Think about it. Users take a lot of actions on a destination such as Flipkart, right? They'll browse through multiple categories. They wish list items, they add things to cart, they use multiple payment methods, and so many other things, right? Now, we are able to churn all of these actions into some insights, right? Now, what we are essentially trying to do is understand user intent in some way, right? Really understand what is the user trying to achieve, attain, etc. And if you think of us as a platform, a job that we do well is to hyper-personalize, right? So when users come on Flipkart, your experience on Flipkart versus my experience on Flipkart is very different, or could be very different, right? The kind of merchandising that you might see versus
I might purchase, absolutely.
recommendations that you're going to get, all of that is different, right? Now we use all of these insights to show ads on platform, right? What we do is build a lot of these anonymized cohorts and use these insights to show ads on the platform. We've actually just taken that narrative forward, right? The cohorts that we use to target users on Flipkart, and I don't like the word, or let's say is to surface relevant content to our users on platform, are the cohorts that we use, on our DSP too, right? So irrespective of whether you retail on Flipkart today or you do not, you can use all of that intelligence to surface the right kind of communication to the right kind of user. An example, if I were to think of, let's say, BFSI as a category, right? We have an understanding of which customers are, let's say, cash customers, which customers are using a particular type of credit card, who's using debit card, who might be on UPI, and dependent on the product that you have, you can choose one of these cohorts to show the right kind of ad to the user, irrespective of where they are, off platform, right? So really is the thesis of our DSP, right? It's early days, right? It's just been about 7 or 8 months, and it's a market which, like we are saying, is set to grow. The architecture or the thesis of having this DSP is fundamentally very strong. We've seen month-on-month growth. We are growing quarter-on-quarter.
But if I have to simplify what you said, or maybe ask you in a very direct sort of a way, there are so many DSPs out there in the market. So I think there are two ways of going about it. One, you can go through scale, like the number of people that you can, actually reach out to, or maybe the richness of the data. You might have lesser number of people, but the data that you have on them is really rich. So in this case, which category would the Flipkart DSP be?
Depth very clearly, right? So let me just again try and break it down, right? So you can get limitless inventory through multiple supply sources, right? What makes a difference is the kind of layering that you can do on top of that supply, right? Where you start to focus more and more on service, right? Based on your brand, based on your customer, based on the goals that you're targeting, right? And again, back to the point I was making in the previous question, right? We understand user signals well, we understand their intent well. And again, we are able to anonymize them and say, okay, this is an in-market cohort for XYZ category. Let's say this is a cohort which, based on things like the recency of their purchase, the frequency of their purchase, the value of their purchase, you can have an RFM kind of a segment. You can say this is a cohort that has browsed, let's say, diapers, and hence you might want to show a toy ad. So all of that intelligence is today available on our DSP, right? So to your question, what is that we differentiate ourselves on? It is the depth of what we are able to provide to our business.
And I think another advantage is you're actually getting consumers closer to the purchase cycle. So their behavior much better than any other website, I mean, any other DSP could basically.
Yeah, I would think so. Yeah. And that really goes back to the point of trying to surface the right kind of communication to the right kind of user and avoiding as much spillage as you can, right? So I think that is exactly the position that we want to take, and that is exactly what we're trying to do.
And let's come to the consumer point of view. Now, there is more competition than ever to reach consumers today and, resonate with their niche interests and habits. They're also much more tech savvy and better informed about what's available out there in the market. So how programmatic advertising and your DSP specifically beneficial for the new age consumer?
Yeah. See, think of advertising as a spectrum, right? Advertising is really, you can think of it as a gradient, right? As customers, your intent can perhaps be broken down into 4 parts, right? There are times when you have your intent, which is very, very clear. So call it strong intent, right? There are times when you have latent intent. There are times when you have nascent intent, and there are times when there is new intent that is to be created, right? Advertising obviously straddles all of this, right? Now, for someone with very strong intent, right? Typically, what that customer will do is go search for it, right? Maybe for it. You can search on a horizontal, or if it is a product query, you will perhaps come to a destination such as Flipkart, right? The job of advertising when a customer has strong intent is really to surface the selection that the user is looking for, right? So advertising has a role to play there too, right? When you think of intent, it's advertising can play the job of reminding, right? And rekindling their interest, so to say, right? When it comes to nascent intent, perhaps you can amplify, right? Showcase them products and services which are based on their prior activity and multiple behavioral signals. And when it comes to, let's say new intent, you can inspire, right? You can show things that they might need, but they haven't pursued it themselves, right? So I think with the customer being digitally savvy, digitally smart, it's not that advertising does not have a role to play. I think the need for advertising gets pronounced depending on what part of the gradient the customer might be in, right? And again, programmatic is meaningful in this environment because it allows the right kind of content to be surfaced to the right kind of user at the right point of time, dependent on what their intent is and dependent on where they are, right? So I think advertising has a role to play. It will continue to have a role to play.
That you said something very interesting. You spoke about how advertising can be a reminder. And as soon as somebody talks about reminder, I think of retargeted ads. Whatever you say, I mean, they're a nuisance. Of course, they're effective. But a DSP can do a lot more. It can literally adapt to various types of display advertising campaigns, like you mentioned, catering to the various moods of the consumer at that point in time. Can you elaborate what kind of specific solutions you have for the different sets of brands and advertisers that you have on Flipkart?
Yes, so I'll break it up into 2 components. There are things that on deck and there are things that we do off deck, right? When I say on deck, I mean our assets like our app, M-site, etc. There is work that we do, and then there are things that we do off deck, right? On deck, we largely cater to endemic brands and sellers, and there are multiple solutions that are available, right? We can showcase ads to them when they are on the home page. We can showcase ads to them when they are on various category pages. We can showcase ads to them when they are towards the end of their shopping journey or towards the closure of their shopping funnel, right? And there are multiple experiences within that. There are large format displays, there are shopping ads, there are things that we call as X2, X3, right? Multiple experiences, which are again very targeted and cohortized, right? Similarly, there are search ads, right? So when a user is searching for something, how do you surface the right kind of selection? What we an over-index on, which is actually a big guardrail that we have, is that we maintain very high relevance. So dependent on what the customer is searching, we want to show very relevant content, right? And not show an unnecessary kind of, just an ad. As you go off deck, right, our DSP is an effort, right, where we are trying to use this understanding of the customer that we have on all open internet supplies, right? So our DSP is plugged into multiple supply sources, and we are trying to use all of this understanding to show ads to users anywhere on open internet, right? And it can be for any category, right? So for example, if I think of an endemic brand, any brand, let's XYZ, right? They're already advertising on platform, but they definitely would be doing things off platform, right? How can we ensure that we provide them a more relevant and a more targeted kind of an opportunity, irrespective of the supply that they want to buy out there, right? So that is the opportunity for endemic, right? For non-endemic, it is about using this intelligence or using these cohorts to create relevance, for their customers whenever they're browsing off platform. So on platform, off platform, both kind of solutions that are available and catering to both endemic and non-endemic kind of brands.
And which are the biggest categories of advertisers here?
Yeah, I mean, it will be, see, there are multiple categories on platform, right? There's handsets, there's electronics, there's CPG, which is very large, there's fashion. So there are multiple categories that we are already catering to. And we've started to make headway with categories like BFSI and auto. In the past 1 year, there's a lot of foundational work that has been done around it, and we're seeing tremendous traction happening from these categories.
Yeah. And another thing that we noticed recently is third-party data is getting deprecated across the world. For various reasons, industry channels, privacy, everything else. Do you see that as a trigger for Flipkart DSPs to go a step further and solve the problems of marketers? First-party data, like we were talking about. It's really, really helpful.
Yeah. No, it will be right. It will happen across all destinations who have first-party data and who are using the signals that they might have available in an anonymized fashion to create relevance for their customers and brands. Will definitely see higher traction in the future, right? There are a lot of solutions that are being developed. Like, I mean, there are companies that are trying to figure out unified IDs and all of that, right? So you see a lot of development happening. So with, let's say, third-party cookie deprecation on phone, things like what Apple is doing with IDFA deprecation, etc. I think the ecosystem will evolve, right? But I think the merit or the value that first-party data holders will have is something which is going to get amplified in the near and the long term. There's not to say that there might not be solutions that are created, but yes, anyone with first-party data, you will see brands, migrating towards that.
Okay. And one last question, what are the key trends, other trends that you're seeing in this programmatic advertising space for the next couple of?
Yeah, no, so a couple of things we already spoke about, right? Third-party deprecation is one. The impact of it might be limited in India, but let's say IDFA deprecation is another big trend. Third thing is this entire interplay between, let's say, walled gardens and open web, right? So in some markets, right, it is observed that there is, let's say, time spent on walled gardens is reduced. I'm not sure whether it is true for India or not, but in some geographies it is, right? So there you're seeing the narrative of open web getting more and more pronounced, right? And really it's a green space right now, right? Time will tell how this really plays out, but I would say the entire interplay of walled gardens and open web is something that we're going to see playing out in the coming years, right? I think CTV as a trend, is something that is here to stay. Should see more and more advertisers wanting to latch onto it, right? Last but not the least, and I spoke about it when we started, is commerce advertising is going to see disproportionate gains. It will grow faster than the rest of the market, right? And over the next few years, like I said, multiple players in this domain now, right? You'll see a lot of advertisers wanting to migrate as their customers move towards platforms such as this. They want to move their advertising dollars too. So yeah, I think that would be the
Super. So if we have to sum it up, and tell people exactly what Flipkart DSP provides to advertisers, I think it would be like a 360-degree funnel for reaching out to the target audience. I mean,
yes, yeah, I mean, it is, yeah, especially for endemic brands, right? I mean, now endemic brands can bring traffic back to the platform and see exactly how their ads have performed, right? So yeah, to that end, 360-degree view is absolutely fair to say.
absolutely. Great. Thank you so much, Sankal, for this very enlightening discussion. It really has helped me make progress in my understanding of the programmatic advertising space, and I bet it has helped our viewers as well. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, no, thanks a lot, Nita. Pleasure having spoken to you. Greatly enjoyed this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sankar. Thank you, Neeta. What a brilliant session that was. With that, ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for our keynote address. Ladies and gentlemen, AI in programmatic artificial intelligence has dramatically changed digital advertising and helped build an ecosystem where personalization and communication is key to optimize the return on investment in media. AI allows them to know the context and mindset of users more accurately in order to increase relevance, usefulness, and performance of advertising. What new avenues can be explored with AI in helping deliver the true potential of programmatic advertising? Ladies and gentlemen, Sylvia Sparry, a seasoned programmatic advertising professional, team lead, and public speaker with a passion for driving client success, innovation, operational excellence, and accelerating positive change. She joins Axis after 7 years of leading operations at the contextual advertising business Vibrant Media in 2013 and built out the UK campaign management and analytics and insights functions to meet the rapidly increasing demands of the business. Well, this is going to be a very interesting session. Sparry has advanced through various roles and is now the Global Chief Operating Officer of Xaxis. She leads the global operations team and is focused on accelerating Xaxis' journey to become an artificial intelligence and data science first company. Responsible for tools and platforms, operations and technology, Sparry works to maximize operational synergies both internally at Xaxis as well as within the wider group, encompassing Blitzer, Inca, and Group M, in addition to external partners. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Sylvia Sparry, Global Chief Operating Officer, Xaxis.
Thank you so much, Preeti.
Very warm welcome.
Okay. Hello. Okay, let me just start by sharing my screen. 1 second. Okay, so hello. Very happy to talk to you today. I'm going to run you through a brief presentation about how to win with artificial intelligence and programmatic advertising. So when we think of AI, some of these fun examples here come to mind. Facial recognition, self-driving cars, smart homes, or computers beating humans at complex games like chess and Go. And what we may not realize is that AI is now all around us already, and it is built into the systems that we interact with every day. It is how my favorite online retailer stays stocked with the products that I need. It is what influences what show Netflix recommends I should watch next. And it is how my bank could send me an email detecting fraud on my credit card. Now note that each of these systems is doing only one specific thing. They are specialized AI. These AIs cannot apply their logic outside of the specific use case that they were designed for. So we are not quite at the level of generalized AI portrayed in science fiction and popular culture quite yet. And all of these systems rely on a type of AI called machine learning. So what is machine learning? This is the dictionary definition of what it is. It is the use and development of computer systems that are able to learn and adapt without following explicit instructions by using algorithms and statistical models to analyze and draw inferences from patterns and data. But more simply put, machine learning is a program that consumes data an input A, and it makes predictions, an output B. So some of the examples here would be, if I have an audio clip as an input A, and I would like my output to be a transcript of that audio clip, then my application of machine learning is speech recognition. If I have an English sentence and I would like to translate it into a French sentence, my application of machine learning will be language translation. And if my input A is a car camera or other sensors within that car, and my output is the position of other cars, then my application of machine learning is self-driving car technology. And within marketing, there's a really wide range of application of AI. It's already transforming our industry, ranging from media buying, audience definition, attribution and measurement, creative personalization, and creative production. AI really touches everything that we do. And programmatic advertising in particular is very well suited for the application of AI. Programmatic advertising, just to remind everybody, simplifies the buying and selling process, bringing operational and pricing efficiency by digitally connecting the buyer and seller, enabling the programmatic purchase of ad placement via trading platforms. And in India, we see a steep uplift in the usage of programmatic advertising. For example, Media Radar observed in September 2020 that despite an industry-wide initial decline following the early negative impact of COVID-19, programmatic saw a significant rebound. The nature of programmatic has proven to be both resilient and adaptable during the worldwide pandemic. And programmatic advertising allows data to holistically fuel performance across publishers and across channels, and AI is a powerful tool to drive performance here. So at Xaxis, we apply AI to media optimization through our Copilot platform. It's a custom AI platform built to make cross-platform granular optimization decisions in real time. It saves time and it boosts performance. And it enhances the optimization capabilities of our campaign managers and traders and delivers performance beyond human abilities. And AI also plays an evolving role in the definition of online audiences. There are some data signals which we can observe and track directly. So examples of these would be personal identifiable information like name, address, or email, or synthetic identifiers such as cookies or mobile IDs. And what is of predominant importance going forward are AI-resolved identities, which are privacy-friendly because the users are grouped into anonymous cohorts of synthetic populations. So rather than targeting a mobile ID one-to-one, we would target a cohort of users with similar interests. And this modeled approach, this AI-fueled model approach, will also increasingly be applied to attribution and measurement, especially because of last touch attribution becoming difficult with the demise of the cookie. So rather than tracking a conversion event one-to-one, approaches like Facebook's marketing mix modeling enables actionable decision-making and allows for performance to be inferred accurately in a privacy-friendly manner without the need of direct one-to-one tracking. Machine learning is also the basis of contextual personalization technology. So here, the input for the model is the text on an online article on which an ad is placed, and then this determines the output of an ad copy that is highly tailored to the content of the page. Now, you would think that the one area that AI cannot influence is the field of creativity, right? So even here, as I will show you in this case study from Hogarth, AI is used in making content production more effective and even environmentally friendly. So at this point, I will attempt to show you a little video clip about this in 1 second. Okay, here we go.
In a typical year at Hogarth, we'd fly to around 1,500 locations, transporting talent, crew and equipment to that perfect place where we'd wait. For the right time, the perfect weather, the magic light, and we'd shoot a lot. But we'd waste a lot too. A single hour of film typically generates 5 tons of CO2, and as an industry, it's thought we generate around 1 million tons a year. Production has a carbon emissions problem. Something had to change. And then it did. We had to work within a new set of rules. We had to go remote. We had to innovate. Clients had to trust us, and they did. We proved that 90% of shoots can be remotely attended. We proved that innovation can unlock creativity and drive quality. And we proved it with a pioneering approach to production. We call it Sustainably Made. At Hogarth, we're committed to achieving net zero by 2030. You'll have your own targets and face many challenges to reach them. Sustainably Made helps you by reimagining production with new creative possibilities. We explore how new technology can inform creative. We optimize shoots by anticipating future content needs and opportunities. We reduce duplication by using the same virtual set for different markets. We cut travel by using real-time camera-to-cloud technology. And when we shoot a lot. But now we don't waste it. We strategically tag everything we create, giving us an asset lifecycle view so we can use AI to search, identify, recycle, and repurpose footage. And we measure, optimize, and redeploy it using performance analysis, bringing the market into the process, meaning your content works harder. And finally, we've built the capability for bespoke insights into the environmental impact of every campaign, asset, and shoot in advance, using our Hogarth Sustainability Index. With fully costed carbon offset data built into every budget, leading us to truly net zero work. Together, we'll reach our environmental targets. Sustainably Made by Hogarth.
So I think after seeing these examples, you would agree with me that the era of AI has truly arrived already and it is here to stay. And there are a number of trends that will influence how the application of AI will evolve going forward. For example, we will see the complexity and the range of data inputs becoming more complex over time. There will be more places, more people, and stronger signals for us to ingest and optimize on. For example, it is predicted that by the year 2023, there will be an average of 3.6 connected devices per person. In e-commerce, which is extremely data rich, already makes up 20% of all retail transactions globally. And now all this leads to a true explosion in the global data sphere. Between 2015 and 2025, data volumes are predicted to increase by a staggering 7,900%. And that's just in 15 years. And AI is more accessible than ever as well. Companies like AWS and TensorFlow allow anybody to sign up to their platforms and to get started with applying machine learning to data. And AI can drive efficiency and effectiveness to a broad range of societal and business problems, whether this is hyper-targeted ads on how to access COVID vaccines in the areas where the demand is highest, or in utilizing AI to figure out how to most effectively deploy employees in a company. So in short, AI is permeating and enriching every area of our lives. So if the era of AI is here to stay, then how can you win? So to answer that question, I'm not going to speak for myself. I'm going to rely on this expert in the field. He is the co-founder of Google Brain, the ex-VP and chief scientist of Baidu, a computer science professor from Stanford, and also the founder and CEO of Coursera. And his advice on how to win is to, first of all, execute a successful AI pilot project to gain momentum, to secondly, build an in-house AI team, and to thirdly, provide broad AI training across the organization. So how did we translate that advice into practice at Xaxis? First of all, our technology pilot is Copilot. Copilot technology allows you to deliver custom outcomes. It is a proprietary Xaxis-built technology that enables advanced machine learning and AI decisioning in programmatic advertising. It's integrated with DSPs, and it allows brands to configure unique custom KPIs on top of DSP optimization. to more effectively reach their marketing goals. And so complex algorithms can continuously adjust campaign delivery for fast and more precise performance optimization. And Copilot is different from others in the industry because we value human intelligence. Our team of over 40 data scientists, engineers, and product managers sit in New York, and they work directly with our account teams. We stay on top of academic trends in AI to develop cutting-edge models, and our team is structured to support bespoke solutions for your exact marketing needs. And from its humble beginnings, it now permeates all of our work. This year, Copilot deployed 18,000 optimization strategies across 48 countries and 2,100 advertisers. And when it comes to AI and machine learning, there are two things that really make unique models. These are the things that you want to ask AI vendors before working with them: the data training the models and the talent putting it to work. Algorithms themselves, they are free and they are available online to download. It's our ability to fuel AI with unique data points and our traders who are highly skilled in using AI as a tool to augment their intuition and optimization talent that matters. Always ask your AI provider where they get their data from and who is training their models. And the competitive landscape for talent in particular is becoming tougher in this area. We see increased demand for data scientists and analysts and decreased demands for repetitive jobs, particularly those which can be replaced by technology. So what are other tips to win in an era of AI? Firstly, it's to create a culture of innovation and continuous learning, to actively support upskilling and reskilling, to set a grand vision and then some smaller objectives to gain momentum, to test and learn, and to continuously assess your data strategy. So what might that culture look like? The economist Peter Drucker says culture eats strategy for breakfast. It is what really helps to ensure that everybody who interacts with AI has a proactive stance towards trying to figure out how they might want to influence their ways of working. So that culture must be curious, it must be diverse, it must be innovative and data-led, entrepreneurial, based on teamwork and client centricity. And first and foremost, we do need to instill a desire in our employees to keep learning. So upskilling our workforce in the field of AI is of prime importance, and how to use AI is not just a problem for the data science department to solve. Every employee needs to have the skill set and understanding of how to change their ways of working with this technology. And we need to set a vision to ensure that everybody has an understanding of what our North Star in this area is. So for example, at Xaxis, our vision is that we make advertising work better for both brands and people by delivering fewer but more effective ads. And then we need to set some smaller goals to make it clear what success looks like in the short term and to build momentum. So for example, our global CEO, Nicolas Bidon, set a challenge to the organization last year to ensure that we have 80% of all Xaxis employees certified on an introduction to artificial intelligence and our Copilot Foundation course within 3 months. And that really does include everybody, from board level through to junior traders. And as our Copilot head and global VP of disruption always says, a prototype is worth 1,000 business plans. That means that we shouldn't hesitate to try out application of AI to optimization or business problems. Instead, we build out a hypothesis and test case to get started quickly. Not all of these tests will be successful, of course, but it allows us to figure out quickly which ones have the potential to succeed, and those are the ones that we can then scale at pace. And finally, I would encourage you to continuously assess your data strategy. Technology development never stands still. Remember when we all used the Yahoo search engine? Now the vast majority of users utilize Google. There are undoubtedly more shifts like these on the longer term horizon. And global data protection and privacy legislation influences how we use data significantly. So with all of these changes, your data strategy needs to adapt and evolve continuously. So in conclusion, I would like to leave you with these points to remember. Programmatic advertising can power holistic omni-channel media buying and performance optimization. AI and machine learning will have a lasting impact on our industry. Start upskilling you and your teams now and find a pilot project to build momentum in your organization. Now, culture, talent, and data access will be the key to sustain long-term advantage. thank you very much for your time. That is all I have for today.
Thank you, Sylvia, so much. That was a very interesting session. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite Dr. Anurag Batra, Editor-in-Chief, Business World and Exchange for Media Group, for a question and answer session. Very warm welcome, Dr. Anurag Batra.
Thank you, Preeti. Thank you so much, Ms. Perry, for taking us through the landscape. And, I remember maybe 10 years back, I used to say every media planner and every brand marketer needs to be a digital planner and a digital marketer, looking at your presentation and the impact of artificial intelligence and hence programmatic advertising. Every marketer, every communicator, every brand builder, every media agency professional needs to be a programmatic specialist. That's where the world is moving. And to give you a sense, in India, you did present on what's happening in India, how programmatic is growing in India. And of course, Xaxis has been the early leader in this space and really is synonymous with programmatic in India. Let me say that in India, today, digital is almost 20% of the overall media spends. It is likely over the next 3 to 5 years, could be earlier, to be 50%. And out of this 20%, already about 40-50% is programmatic, moving to almost 70% of programmatic over the next 3 to 5 years. So if the digital is 50% and out of that 70% is programmatic, then 35% is the overall ad spends are programmatic over the next 2 to 3 years. And that's significant, just to give you a... So thank you for opening my eyes, so to say, to... I know it was big. I knew it was big. So let me ask you 2-3 questions which may be relevant to the audience that we have on our site watching our broadcast. First of all, Sylvia, if you had to predict 2-3 trends for the future, what would be those? You alluded to them in your presentation. You can, some things that the planners can take and implement and make it their playbook, if I may use that word. Though technology and tools are changing so fast that you possibly need to change the playbook every quarter, if not every year. So what is your futuristic prediction?
That's an interesting question. I would say that in the short term, all of the technologies that we use, the data sources that we use, how we interact with media will become more complex in the short term. And that's because of the deprecation of the cookie, for example. So instead of, utilizing just a few sets of identity providers, I foresee us working with many different ones, and utilizing additional technologies, like I mentioned, from a tracking and attribution perspective as well. I think more and more channels will lean more heavily into programmatic, and that then really allows us to build stronger omni-channel strategies as well, to ensure that we can measure and optimize not just within video and within display and within social, but that we find a way of measuring across those types of channels and drive performance in a more holistic fashion. And I think that's going to be a really positive trend.
Fantastic. Now, if a professional had to remodel themselves, again, in pandemic, skilling has become very important, upskilling, adding new skills to be relevant in the present and to be relevant in the future has become very important. So, Sylvia, what are the skills you think CMOs, brand managers, and you work with some of the most venerable brands and business leaders in that space, what can they do to appreciate programmatic better, to retool themselves to be able to understand the technology, and reorient themselves in a mindset, because programmatic is only going to be bigger. Tools may be new, but the trend is irreversible.
Yes. I mean, for somebody who doesn't have any exposure to programmatic, and I could maybe tell you my own journey. When I first started at Xaxis, I didn't, like my previous company, I didn't work in programmatic. I also had to learn it from the ground up. And the way in which, and how I started was to read everything there is to read about the topic, to take every certification, every training course I could find on the topic to really ensure that I understand it enough so that I can apply it intelligently to common marketer problems. Yeah, essentially, it's all about understanding the technology enough to figure out what problem it can solve. And that's the case both for programmatic technology and artificial intelligence, I would say. So there is plenty of material available freely on the internet, and it is, you know, figuring out how a current marketer strategy could be then adapted to take the best of programmatic and the best of AI into account, I think is what the job is. Because then once that understanding is gained, it's much easier to figure out what good looks like for future marketing strategy.
Thank you so much, Sylvia. I run, of course, Exchange for Media. I founded with two friends, and I don't run it actively. My co-founder runs, but it's my community of advertising, marketing, media, and brand management professionals. But then I acquired a business product, editorial product, which is in the 41st year. And when I was listening to you, I was saying, we must hasten our digital journey and our appreciation, because in the end, you clearly made a case for all of us who are communication professionals or media owners, but anyway, in the advertising ecosystem, really doing a course in artificial intelligence and being more nuanced and sensitive to what's happening. My last question to you, if I were to talk to Sylvia Sperry in 6 months, 12 months, what would have Xaxis achieved? Certain journey, you're the leader in that space. That space is growing. So what would, as a leader in the space, in some way, you shape the trend and kind of set the benchmarks there. What should we expect from Xaxis and Sylvia over the next 6 to 12 months?
What I'm hoping to achieve over that time frame is to deliver to true marketer outcomes, to business success metrics. And I know that I'm repeating myself here, but I place a lot of emphasis on this, to do this in a way that is truly omni-channel, to ensure that I can orchestrate media budget, not just within an individual channel, but across different channels, and that I'm utilizing AI to allocate that budget intelligently across the channels. And I believe that that will lead to performance improvements of 20% as a minimum across the board. That's my stretch target.
Thank you so much, Sylvia. My last question before I let you go, it's a personal question. Apart from the fact that you upskill yourself in terms of what's happening in artificial intelligence, in digital market, what keeps you inspired? What else do you expose yourself to know what's happening in the world? Because ultimately, if we don't have a larger perspective, if we don't have the big picture, to kind of bring it together with the granularity of what's happening on brands and media, possibly would leave it incomplete. So what do you do to get inspired and understand consumer trends beyond data, beyond looking at data?
That's such a lovely question. Thank you for that. I mean, I read a lot about the industry. I read a lot about, new technologies that are evolving. But what inspires me most is listening. And that's listening to people in my company, people in my industry who are maybe quite junior as well, to give me a perspective of what they see working on the ground, and what they see not working on the ground. And then, similar to how I described it in the keynote, it's all about finding these pockets of success that I can translate into a test to figure out whether this is something that as a company we should scale. So what motivates me is to take pockets of success and to ensure that we scale that across our technology platforms, across the ways of working that we deploy within the company, and that we drive positive change. So it's about listening to a very broad range of stakeholders.
Thank you so much, Sylvia. While we've done this virtually, and I keep saying we're in a 3C economy, a contactless, compassionate, and collaborative economy, I hope we can host you in India someday soon in a face-to-face physical way. We wish you luck and thank you for your very insightful address at the Exchange for Media Programmatic Summit 2022. And really, we're looking forward to a year where we are able to recap the spends and growth in business for all the brands that we partnered with. So thank you so much. Back to Preeti. Good evening and God bless you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sylvia, for taking out the time being with us. And thank you so much, Dr. Batra, for the questions. And I hope our audience had a great time. This was a very, very interesting session. I enjoyed it. With that, we take this evening ahead with our panel discussion powered by Magnite. Look back to move forward, advancing automation of OTT advertising in 2022. Well, in India, digital video viewing is taking off, particularly on mobile devices. We all are so much into our mobiles and we want to watch content on our phones. And over the past year, the pandemic has fueled digital consumption with Indians watching more streamed video content than live TV, right? Do you agree with me? Despite this, programmatic advertising across OTT content is relatively nascent, with direct deals between media owners and media buyers still popular. With programmatic bringing many benefits to advertising campaigns, including automation, flexibility, and precision, how can the industry work together to advance programmatic trading across OTT content in India? In this session, Magnite's Asia Managing Director Gavin Buxton will bring together industry leaders to look back on the trends that have shaped OTT consumption and advertising this year and explore the opportunities for media owners, media agencies, and advertisers in 2022. With that, please welcome Gavin Buxton, Managing Director, Asia Magnite.
Great, thank you, Priti. Great to be here. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here today. Thanks to the e4m organizers in putting on the event, and to all of you for joining and hanging on to the penultimate session. We saved hopefully the best to last, although it's been a great lineup with the panel today. Very excited to share the next panel, with a highly esteemed group of experts in the digital video and programmatic ecosystem. With that, I'd like to introduce you to the three persons joining me today. Firstly, Pravir Samay, Senior Director, India and Southeast Asia at Samsung Ads. Karthik Shankar, Head of Digital Investments at Group M India, and Yogin Vora, Associate Director of Digital Marketing at Z5 Global. So thank you all for joining us today.
Pleasure to be here.
Pleasure to be here.
Okay,
Thank you so much, Gavin.
Welcome. A great top you got on there, Prav. Very, very excited about this panel. For the next 30 minutes, we're going to dive into three kind of key topic areas. As has been said in the introduction, we're really looking at the acceleration of OTT and programmatic within that. When we look at India specifically, I think it's arguably one of the most exciting markets when it comes to growth of OTT. I think it's over 61 OTT platforms now, from across the global platforms to local broadcasters, evolution to very specific platforms in India. And interestingly enough, from some of the stats, over 80% of the actual content consumption is in non-English. The content creation in India has been increasing dramatically, and when you look at the stats of some of the global and local players, the investments there is pretty significant. Additionally, it's one of the most interesting areas from competitive landscape. We've seen obviously some of the global players changing their models in India versus any other market, with the likes of Amazon, with Netflix even changing their pricing in the last week. And things are kind of continuing to hot up and only really going to grow and accelerate over the coming year. So it's going to be good to talk over. In setting some definitions, as we talk through things, we collectively agreed with the industry standards of the definition of OTT and CTV. For reference on that, OTT being the digital streaming of digital content across devices, so whether that's big screen, tablet, mobile, desktop, and CTV being a subset of that being the big screen specifically. So when we refer to those during the session, we'll be looking at OTT as all devices and CTV as big screen only. So diving straight in, firstly, we wanted to look at kind of consumer and advertiser behaviors and changes and get the latest insights from our panel. The last year has been, obviously a challenging one with the pandemic, and home orders have forced a lot of us to spend more time at home across the world and in India, and more time in front of screens. And with that as such, what changes to consumer trends have you seen across your platforms, and what devices are viewers consuming on? And I'll kickstart with Prav on that from a Samsung viewpoint.
Thank you for the question, Gavin. Quite a big one though, and I'll try to answer it in as simplistic fashion as possible, because there has been definitely a lot of change in how people use TV, and even for that matter, how they consume content on that device today versus what we might be privy to a couple of years ago. Right at the beginning of the pandemic, and even now, where every country / city / state is in a different state, what is getting very evident is that AVOD seems to be on the growth path. And as you likely mentioned, we have little over 60 OTT platforms, and a fair number of them are available on CTV devices as well. So what stands out as a trend definitely is AVOD on the rise. We see a lot of SVOD pop in and out depending on the nuances and the excitement of the content that they bring in. So we definitely see a switch to SVODs the moment there's something more exciting to watch. And with the recent announcement that came out, I think yesterday or day before yesterday, where there's been a pricing change, we can immediately see switch in how people are now consuming content on the television. What is equally important is linear TV consumption is kind of stagnating. It did take a big hit right at the beginning of the pandemic. But it has stalled in a way. So the line that the economy uses is all of the cord cutters. I think that's stalled. We're not seeing more people cut cords, but we do see people watch more of AVODs. And right at the launch of this year, when we are bringing Samsung as, we also introduced the TV Plus service, which started at the onset of April this year, and that has seen almost a 200% jump in viewership from the time we started. So that revalidates that there is enough and more demand in how and what people are going to watch, which is going to be AVOD. But SVOD is something which definitely play a key role in what people would want to watch. So exciting times, shifting trends, and we hope there's no lockdown coming forward. But if there is going to be one, it'll again change the way people use television at home.
Great, thanks for the perspective and impressive numbers there for Samsung TV Plus. So congrats on the launch and progression with your team there. And interesting on the AVOD and, as you mentioned, SVOD prices. I guess pricing and content seems to be a way that's driving spikes and how that can be maintained in that side of things. But AVOD proving to be a kind of key component in India. Jürgen, it'd be great to get your perspective on this as well.
I agree totally to what he said rightly, because India has already leapfrogged the desktop phase and adopted mobile very well during the lockdown time. Suffice to see that its fact more OTT platforms have also seen traffic from mobile during the lockdown. To add few number to it, we have seen 265 million Indian OTT users in India right now during the lockdown, from which 20 to 40% of the users have actually converted from linear to OTT platforms. We have still larger opportunity coming up, as we have 200 million household TVs right now in India right now, approximately. So there is a huge opportunity for India to actually have that consumption behavior, and also to change their behavior about how to consume content on the demand. So I think that's where we see India growing right now.
Great. And I guess from a mobile versus TV perspective, any insights or point of view there?
So we have around 400 million users who are using internet via mobile. So there is a huge opportunity there itself, because if at all I'm talking about, whenever we talk about, say, 265 million users who are using OTT, they are mobile plus desktop. Mobile will grow eventually, as you rightly about said, the price changing which happened 2 days back, wherein yes, people are seeing that people are consuming on mobile. That's where the price shift actually is happening. And people will convert from AVOD to SVOD eventually to actually look for a content which they wanted on demand. That's what given it. Yeah.
Great, thanks. Yeah, I think on the Netflix and other modeling with mobile being a lead differentiator in Asia and especially India versus what they can do elsewhere around the world is proving really interesting. See if Netflix ever goes AVOD first in India with that. Moving on to the buy side and Karthik, obviously we're seeing this huge growth here on the OTT side of things. What's the response been from buyers in how they're seeing that and embracing it to date?
I think we need to put the numbers in perspective. I'll just go stack rank how we see this space evolve and how it's actually impacting in how we buy and help clients buy media efficiently. So as from September we have 800 odd million wireless subscribers, right? With almost 590 odd smartphone users, in which you bucket them into two halves, right? So where people who are actually consuming OTT content as we speak for this context, and then short video content, which is more on the go. There's roughly about 40 odd million connected TVs up and live streaming across, incidentally, H1 2021 is the highest ever recorded number of smartphones being shipped to India, and smart TVs have actually seen 65% above in terms of the buyings, and 80% of all TVs sold are actually smart TVs, right? So clearly there is an indication directionally, the consumer behavior is shifting, right? So and if you look at the overall creative that is getting used for media to communicate, the message video being the best because it kind of creates the right kind of impact. You see that a lot more investments going video way, and even in video, if you look at smartphone versus a smart TV or a connected TV instance, we see that shift happening where connected TV is more of a laid back experience. It's a family viewing experience. People are actually sitting in, and once the ad lands there, the kind of impact it really has on the family to kind of go into that collective decision of either purchasing a product or creating that recall and awareness about the brand is very, very high. So we see that the trend moving where the clients are actually asking in for connected TVs, and as we only see that trend grow really, really fast. So all in favor of this, and more power to video and OTT as well as CTV.
Great, thanks. Some interesting stats, especially on the shipments of smart TVs coming in into the market. It's going to lead to significant growth and adoption. On that, I guess differences of CTV versus mobile ITT. Prav, it'd be good to get your perspective on, from your view, what buyers should be aware of between the two, and where there's a bit of education maybe still on that side.
Yeah, like I keep telling in most of my pitches that we are on year 0 of CTV, and as we're putting out the foundation base, and also the first time where you're seeing advertising come from an OEM. Historically, advertising across different platforms has been a very publisher-led narrative, which was device agnostic. So when you look at CTV as an avenue, as a buyer or an advertiser or agency, you need to look at the lens that TV is the end point or the delivery point where all content comes together, irrespective of the source of that content, whether that's online streaming platforms, AVOD platforms, SVOD. We might have a little bit TVODs as well as your standard linear broadcast television as well. So being in year 0, there is definitely that need to understand that what a device can offer versus what a publisher can offer. Number 2, TV also has some unique, like Karthik touched upon, it's a co-viewing or a multi-viewing device. So the metrics of measurements are very different. Even the way you buy is not very close to what you buy on traditional digital platforms. It's funny I use the word traditional and digital in the same line, because when you talk about CTV seems to be the cutting edge of technology right now. So that's the other thing. Following up, point number 3, TVs are not always on like a mobile device or a computing device. Otherwise, they come on and off depending on the time of the day and the day of the week. And even more so, depending on what is the overall COVID situation in that region, and that dictates how long that TV is going to be on. And lastly, given that there is so much fragmentation in terms of choice, which is good from a consumer end, we do see a lot of switching that happens between different content sources. So when you look at CTV as a device to buy, we are a subset of all the OTT platform, which means we can it does give you access to different choices of content, but at the same time, it is giving you access to gold mine of data, which is only available at the device level. So as a partner, we are definitely in year 0, but it unlocks the opportunity of bringing the brand in the forefront of the co-viewing experience in the largest screen at home in a very brand safe environment. That's what we're building. That's new and a lot to uncover as we roll into 2022.
Well, congrats on getting year 0 started, and some great insights there. I think especially that not always on part, I guess, within digital ecosystem, always on is kind of taken as a given until you're kind of referencing to that, that CTV definitely has some different considerations. And I guess moving to always on and activations and looking at programmatic, obviously, with the session today, and there's been a lot of highlights about the benefits of programmatic and the growth taking place. So it's great to see. Karthik, coming back to you, when it comes to programmatic within OTT, what has the adoption been within that area, and what's the factors driving that, and any factors that are hindering that at this time, specific to OTT and CTV?
Sure. So, I mean, we broadly established how video being one of the key creative drivers in media advertising. The other point that also carrying from what Anurag mentioned, what Sylvia was touching upon, was that we see in the entire AdX roughly about 70 to 80% of all media that is traded today is biddable, right? Which means it's more auctioned basis, and programmatic per se has a fair share within this, right? So, and if you look at evolved advertisers, global advertisers, and advertisers even local who have moved the digital maturity, have most of their campaigns planned programmatically, right? And OTT obviously being the choice of or the preferential place where they would ideally want to place because of the way it kind of the comforts that it offers and the kind of metrics it literally delivers. So that I would like to touch upon 2 key aspects for it, where the clients are keen. It comes with the ability for the client to actually deploy and layer a lot more than a traditional one-on-one buy, because you can look at layering data, you can look at layering data from a third party, you can look at verification, you can measure a lot of things. So it gives absolute control back to the advertiser, which is what is the need of the hour. However, there are a few factors that kind of really restricts as well, right? One of the things that I would ideally want to touch upon would be where going from a media owner standpoint, right, where predominantly the setup in which they work is run by monopolistic platforms, right? There is not too many levers or ways in which they can actually activate, yet yield maximize and reduce the wastage that they would ideally want to have when they are in the programmatic environment. So a lot of technical challenges there becomes an inhibitor. The second aspect is on the business outcomes itself, where because of lack of understanding, or they're not experienced enough to see through why being programmatic in the OTT or in the video spectrum is more beneficial for everybody in the through the supply chain, right from the advertiser, even for the media owners. is another key factor that I would want to put forth. So again, over dependence on monopolistic platforms. Second, on lack of understanding, or so to say, business terms are two inhibitors that are actually resisting the accelerated growth OTT would be able to see so far in the Indian ecosystem.
Okay, thanks for the point of view. So there's a few steps still to be taken for the true benefits of programmatic being more widely taken on board. And I mean, we spoke around this before as well. Another area for an opportunity there is the wider brands that could get involved as that takes shape. Potential additional ad dollars that won't fall into the traditional models as well, but programmatic could open up if there's more openness to activation. Thanks for sharing on that. In terms of moving over to the media owner side and Z5 and Samsung specifically, what's the role of programmatic being taking from your perspective within your platforms, and how you've been evolving with the growth of it and what buyers are asking for? Yogin, I'll pass over to you on that.
Sorry, can you repeat?
Just when we're looking at programmatic, have you seen an increase in programmatic activations within your platforms, and any kind of comments around that of what's been a challenge or opportunity?
So I will say I would like to put this as programmatic itself in India is evolving so rapidly in the way CTV and programmatic emerging. The options which programmatic has to offer, it has a wide era of products they are offering right now. In that saying that, I think it's very much premature us to see programmatic OTT and CTV in the same breath, because the consumer, it's not because the consumer is not ready, but because the media agencies will catch the breath from chaos, disorder, from the pandemic, right? As an industry, our conference rooms have always been echoed with the talk of disruption, and now that we have it, we are yet to grips with it. And I would like to put that any programmatic evolution that comes up with the which seeks the part of the OTT, it has to have a credible, it has to demonstrate a credible protocol on data cities, anonymity, and access. So while this space will definitely be interesting, we must wait and watch for now that if at all this OTT will pick up, because every advertiser, as you rightly said, needs the ROI on the buck they spend, right? So either if at all they get an ROI programmatic, or they get a direct buy. So I think that is something which future holds for us. So if CTV and everything grows, then probably yes, the ROI is met there. That's where I'll met up.
Okay, thanks for sharing. So I mean, ROI has to come through whether it's direct or programmatic from your perspective. Thanks. Prav, obviously an interesting story for you in leading with programmatic, as I understand with your launch. How has that been?
So we've actually accounted for everything that Karthik spoke about in his previous question. So as a publisher, we have taken a more open approach. So we are probably the only publisher right now. One, when we launched TV Plus, was 100% programmatic. Number two, we don't monetize an inventory on open auctions. So we are 100% PMP, or a programmatic guaranteed model as well, which emphasizes that we are in for transparent and fraud-free programmatic transaction. Number three, whatever data we send over a bid request remains transparent. So if you are a buyer which would want to build bespoke audiences, we are right now probably the only the publisher which sends that information quite transparently to across the different DSPs or the buyer, as the case might be. And as we bring on more data onto our programmatic pipes, which could be targeting audiences purely on the back of people's viewership behavior on the television, we will again do it transparently. So one thing we are emphasizing and we are leading is on the whole transparency factor. And given the nature of the market, historically it was perceived that programmatic is a more expensive channel to buy through. So what we have done is we have adopted a universal pricing strategy. So as a publisher, if you come to us from an advertising lens and say, I want to buy irrespective of the buying door, there's a universal pricing. That reduces the conflict, which otherwise exists with other publishers, wherein sometimes going direct leads you to a lower CPM versus going programmatic. So it's all about transparency. It's all about enforcing trust in the commercial dynamics of how you want to buy it, and making sure that it is fraud-free and fully bespoke to the way the buyers want to buy. So we are leading with that, and we are very proud that we are one of the first doing that in the country.
Great. So thumbs up from Karthik in what's being done with Samsung then, in tackling his woes as such. I mean, great to see how, as a new business, how you can launch and embrace from the outset, I guess, different needs for more traditional businesses, but it's a great example of how it can evolve. One area from a consumer perspective and into digital, I think just worth touching on is around live sports. I guess it traditionally has been more of a traditional focus for publishers and buyers. And Karthik, it'd be good to get your point of view about the opportunity here. Can programmatic play a part within live sports? What's happened today and what could happen?
I think it should, right? That's the way I would like to start. Traditionally, sports has always been ad supported. Even though there is a premium or a subscription that is always laid upon. Having said that, at Xaxis, they had kind of done a pre-trial where sports was actually trialed in a programmatic fashion and did work seamlessly well, but it was a very small pilot, right? Live streaming obviously has its own kind of challenges that it comes in, because if you look at it, you need to see from where the content gets streamed, where it's hosted, the kind of queues it needs to have, a lot of planning in terms of how it goes through when it hits the device, and within that, having the right kind of ad podding done, right kind of slots being created, right kind of calls being made. It's not easy, right? I'm just laying it out so that it's it's being fair to everybody across. It's just that just because we want to get it enabled programmatically doesn't mean that it's an easy job. But what it really does, if you're able to do that programmatically at scale, is that it opens up ability for investments to be fine-tuned, the creatives to be more personalized for the person who's actually watching and viewing it across the touch points. Second, it also restricts or removes the entry barrier, right? It takes in a lot of small advertisers who can actually come in and start bidding for their spot in a more customized way, which is not the case, right? So today, live streaming and live sports are more for the large brands, right? And it's for the big boys club. And I think programmatic coming in can disrupt that in a really big way, right? So right from the infrastructure development to the ability to get in more ad dollars and advertisers into it is a big win if you're able to unlock. So that's the point that I would really want to put it out.
No, thanks for sharing. I mean, it's an area as Magnite on a global stage. In the US, we've seen kind of dramatically increase, and even with the Olympics in Australia and Japan more recently, the overflow of inventory actually helped broadcasters generate more revenue from more brands coming in above and beyond the traditional buys. So it's definitely an interesting area of growth. So an area to look out for in India as well. Thanks. Moving into data and addressability, obviously another key area that's been spoken about a lot today, and there's a lot of things taking place right now and into the next 12 months. Looking from a publisher perspective, it'd be good if you can speak. Jürgen, I'll start with you. Speak about your data strategy that you have at Z5, and how you're looking to support buyers into the year ahead, and how you're looking at data and identity.
I'll put it as like real benefit of addressability can come from a platform that maps or classifies active audiences with interesting segments. But what important is for the advertisers and especially ad buyers, they must plan the measurement and attribution models clearly. Because continued investment flow for the performing platform, it cannot be based on the perception or the tentpoles for the data and other things, right? So securing the best ROI, not the price, will determine where one invests in this world. So it's always good to be on any platform rather than just going on the basis of, okay, I'm investing in a tentpole. So that's where I come from.
Thanks for sharing. Prav, from your perspective, I guess identity and onto measurement is a keen, passionate topic, I guess, frustration, problem to be solved. Be good to get your point of view on this as well.
So let me break it down. I think with respect to audiences and targeting, there we have been 100% transparent. And one more thing that we're doing uniquely as compared to any other publisher or platform in the market is we will not charge for any data targeting. So if you come back tomorrow and say, hey, I only want to reach out to audiences which have a 43-inch television above, there is not going to be any data upcharge or any targeting upcharge. So that's one big differentiator we are bringing to the market of data neutrality, so to say. On the measurement side, I think CTV, again, being in year zero, is a challenging area where historically nobody has gone and measured TV ads. I mean, yes, there is a panel-based approach which is universally accepted, but CTV and that specific ecosystem remains untouched as of now. We are definitely working with some measurement partners to see how can we potentially unlock the true measurement between a campaign running on CTV and the impact on the respective brands. But from our lens, we will unlock the automatic content recognition data, which at least will start to give back buyers if their ads are being seen across the Samsung screens in the country or not, and definitely complete that feedback loop. So that is taken care of while we are yet to take care of people running advertising on the CTV space. How do they subsequently measure impact on the key business or brand metrics? Having said that, I'm pretty optimistic as we exit 2022 or maybe before that, we will have some solutions for the market. So in summary, our audiences are transparent. Our targeting does not come with any upcharge in the CTV space. Campaign success and measurement of that is TBD. But if you're running stuff on television, we will definitely can tell you where did we see your ad across the country.
Great, thanks for sharing where you're at and also what you're trying to solve. Definitely a common challenge globally on how that can be best addressed. Karthik, when it comes to the identity landscape, which is obviously evolving as we've heard a lot today, what do buyers need from publishers to help them for the future specific to OTT around first-party data? Or how do you see that ecosystem? There's a few areas.
Absolutely. So I think, thanks for bringing that up. I would like to cut it across three pies. The way it's going to evolve would be driven by OEMs such as Samsung, Prob mentioning that. The other piece is by the content, especially the broadcasters and the other original content creators who are going to be, getting it across as apps on those devices who will have a significant amount of information that will be coming in. And third will be the telco players, right? So who will have, information about what kind of information is exchanged by device, by content, at a user level. So you could see clearly that there are going to be three large players who are going to be playing this from an addressability point of view. Imagine a scenario where each one of them is going to be actually building an ID solution on top. So there are two ways to look at it. Cookie doesn't really apply in this space, so let's keep that out of the conversation. What will really happen is, at one level, advertisers are going in the market to look and shop for the first party data, right? So they're looking at enriching the way they want to buy. They look at every consumer touch point where they can actually collect PII information. And on the other side, let's assume that the advertiser has been successful in able to collect first party, right? If you walk into any retail store to even a coffee shop, you will end up giving your PII, right? Once this comes in to the ecosystem for activation and communication, the same amount of information needs to be available on the other side or on the supply side to be recognized effectively. Now, we're actually looking at various ID solutions being built, or there's no ID solution at all, and brands needs to kind of be very cognizant of how they want to really take an approach at it, and what are the kind of strategies that are going to really work for them to strengthen this. So this space is going to continue to evolve as we speak for the next couple of years, as clearly the indications are being given that ID is going to be crumbling. A lot of solutions are going to be coming up. There might be no ID, but a clean room kind of solution that may also be continue to exist. Yet the importance is that as an agency, we continue to educate on how the ecosystem needs to be channelized, from a point of view on how data collection is going to be important, onboarding that onto programmatic platforms or various other platforms for activation, right? On the other side, on the supply side, we need to really work with the stakeholders to kind of get into the ID frameworks established, so that there is seamless recognition and we are able to scale on the media dollars that are going to be coming in, which is actually more in a very addressable and personalized way, even after so-called ID and ID-less is going to continue.
Yeah, really interesting area. I think you probably do a whole panel all day on this, but that work to be done from the brand side and the publisher side, and then how that best kind of comes together. And I know there's a lot of projects out there. I think Sylvia also mentioned it's not going to be a couple of partners on this. There's probably going to be a multitude of partners to make that ecosystem grow and evolve. An interesting space. We're pretty much up on time. It's been pretty interesting. I guess the last question to help collective audiences out there in your own perspective is, in looking into 2022, what advice would you have for your counterparts? So from media owner side, what advice you'd have for buyers, either stop, start, continue, or just one piece of advice. So I will start with Yogin. What advice you'd give to buyers about getting in the OTT space in 2022? Oh, I think you're on mute.
Yeah, I'll say content has always been king, right? And the time is finite. We have a handful of time. So getting the audience spend more time watching content on one's platform. Any content platform will want the user to at least have that time on the bedtime or any time. They want it there. So more the time, better for the platforms also. And ultimately, the advertisers and ad buyers will gravitate to where you are, right? So they will always want to have that time with the consumer. So I think that's my recommended area of focus, that any content platform would always want to come up with a better quality content to engage their consumer in a way, or a user in a way. So that's where entire 2022 will go across.
Thanks. Content's key in 22. Prav, your recommendations to buyers?
I will use my hashtag, which is start with Samsung ads. Definitely start your CTV journey along with us. We look forward to doing that. But at the same time, be open to what's missing in the piece of the puzzle. But if you future grace, that's where it is. And I learned during my agency days, fail fast and succeed faster. So that's, I would say, would be the mantra for 2022.
Okay, great. Sell point there and overall advice. And Karthik, over to you, back to the media owners, publishers, supply side out there.
So I think there's a lot of work going on in terms of bridging tradition and digital. And I think once that bridge is successfully established, there's a lot of demand that's going to flow through platforms. which essentially means the ones with the right planning tools and the ability to work seamlessly and programmatically will be the biggest beneficiaries. So, so the one piece of advice is that be least resistant to change, right? Embrace it. Be sure that you're available programmatically, so that we're able to demonstrate accountable effectiveness for the client, and every stakeholder is happy if we do that. So be least resistant.
Okay. Well, that's some great advice there. I mean, great to speak with you all. Some really interesting topics. I think we can all see the OTT ecosystem and the growth of CTV is only going to continue the acceleration, especially in India. And there's a lot of, I guess, progression development diving in that needs to be done from all to help digital programmatic be a key part of that. And some great lessons shared today. So thank you to our panelists, Pravir, Karthik, Yogin. Really appreciate your expert opinions on this, and look forward to 2022 with you and the rest of the ecosystem.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was such a wonderful session. And yes, looking forward to wonderful 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, that was all for today. I hope you had a wonderful time. For most of you who attended multiple sessions today, I hope this was a very interesting day for you, very eventful day. We'd also like to thank all the speakers and our sponsors. Let's, in our own homes, give a big round of applause to our co-powered by partners in InMobi, Driving Real Connections, Magnite. We are Magnite, the world's largest independent sell-side advertising platform. Double Verify. Double Verify is the leading software platform for digital media measurement and analytics. Gold partner, Flipkart Ads, our associate partners. Lemma, pioneers in true programmatic door technology. Veritos, MarkTech, and AdTech Global Business Group. Thank you so much, everybody, for being here with us. This is Preeti Katpal, your host. Have a great evening and a wonderful holiday season.